Okay.
Just a second, and I'm good. Here we go.
All right. Here we are once again. Another nice session of our story. We hope Goblins, a rhyme of Goblins and Aya. With us, the usual crew. We have Gavorkov, Pins, and Clang all with us here. Of course, Clang played by Spectre.
Hello, of course. There I am.
Pins played by Lothroth.
Hello, plans are made to be broken.
That's a point.
That's absolutely not right. That's absolutely not right. Plans are meant to be thrown out the window.
And Gavorkov played by Zenda.
I did some bad maths yesterday. In-game yesterday. I realized I actually won more from betting than I thought I did.
That is true. So, I will give you guys a short recap. Last week, you returned back to town to Lady Grey. You spent some time there gathering your items. You went down for shopping. You all got some really nice items that are either in creation or you have picked up already. You made your way to the Blue Spruce Inn, where you spent the evening gambling. For Pins, you also managed to get into the safe room in the back of the inn, where you were led to because you received a package from Luffy, who sent you a little bag to collect your gold dust, and in return you've got yourself the once a week requirement of a Cinnabon to keep Rose as a companion. A lot of you were very lucky. I think none of you walked away with less gold than you went in gambling. So that was fantastic. One of you was a big winner though. Clang, you went off to your first day of training. You did so well. You finished 1.5 days of training in that one training session. So if you do that well again, you will actually have your full training done in 2 sessions alone instead of 3, which will basically save you about 3,000 gold pieces. So that is about where we... No. Pins, after consulting with Lady Grey, who gave you another mission to go and find the living tomb, the hero's tomb, to find a very specific flower that only blooms in there during a full moon. You guys accepted this quest, after which, Pins, you went inside Grey Manor, where you tried to place the mirror. You noticed, however, that the suppression field in the manor was so strong that this mirror couldn't make any contact with Morgana. And you asked Allie if she knew of places where the suppression field wasn't active, but it seemed to be only outside of the manor. And so you decided to go outside, take the mirror, and overthink what you're going to do. And that is where we left off. So
We also saved Flynn.
That's true. You finally saved Flynn. The dreaded curse of his father in his own wisdom, trying to help his son acquire more wealth, has finally been lifted. As Flynn made his wishes known, and he made right with his father, he mended, his relationship, and the father decided to move on and leave Seamus's little body. After which Seamus was finally able to use his voice again, and Flynn is finally cleared of accidents happening around him. Good point, thank you. You guys also got a companion sphere, in which you can store a single companion and make it come out again if you wish to. So it is late in the evening. I'll move you guys. You guys are still in Clear Lake. It is getting rather late. This person is not there. Vince just came out of the house. Clang, you finished your training. You did very well. And Gavorkov also in the gardens. You're all at the large platform, the large sort of round balcony that is at the Grey Manor, and you're all together. What do you wish to do?
I totally forgot. I have to go see William Eckert.
Who? What?
Is that bum that we saw in the... Okay, bye!
Yeah, you rush off to the terrace tier, which is the shopping tier, where there is a bakery, where he asked you to meet in the morning. He isn't there at the moment, but what do? You don't see him outside. You see one of the workers cleaning off the tables, sort of putting the chairs on the tables, clearing everything for the day.
Well, hello there, man. I'm looking for a William Eckert.
Oh, well, Meckett, he was here this morning and he told me to leave you a message. Would you like me to get it for you? Just give me one moment, please.
And she finishes putting the chairs on the tables. She walks inside, and after a little bit, she comes back, and there's a little folded note that she hands to you.
Alright, I'll read the note.
Okay, it says, "Dear Abby, if you're still interested, if you're not, I understand. If you're still interested, please meet me tomorrow morning once more at the bakery." And then under it, it says, "Willem Eckert."
Alright. I guess time flows differently here. I thought it was, why am I explaining myself to you? Bye!
Goodbye.
Yeah. What are you guys doing? Clang and Kapolka.
Well, after that little display, Kling cannot go back to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it's time for training anyhow. So it's kind of fortuitous.
It's evening right now. So you guys finished. You finished training last night. You went and took the dwarf out. Because you got your sword now. You took the dwarf out for a drink. You drank together. You had fun, and you can make your way back to the Blue Spruce Inn. There's another night of gambling if you guys wish to do so, or you can finish the night and go on to the next morning.
I say let's go ahead and conk out for the day then. If this is the first 1.5 days of training that I've finished here, Kling is going to be tired.
Yeah, because you basically spent the entire day training.
And again, a little bit of gambling here, not heavy gambling like Mr. Moneybags over here, Gavorkov.
Yeah, for sure. There is, like before, Crown and Anchor, which is high buy-in, but there's always the King's Court. The King's Court here, I'll link it for you guys, has a buy-in of 40 gold pieces for a spin.
You guys want to go spin the wheel?
I spent all the money that I feels like I need to spend. I is going to go ahead
I made so much money for free last time. I think you can afford all of us one round on me.
Nice.
Oh, you're most
That's
generous, Gav.
So you guys all get to spin.
What's the catch?
Don't lose.
So go ahead. Anyone who wants to spin the wheel.
I'll go ahead and spin the wheel then. Which one are we doing here? King's Court?
Yeah, that's the King's Court, and in the bottom there's a button that says spin the wheel. You can click on that. Nice! You got the highest thing. You won yourself 50 gold pieces plus the buy-in, so that is 90 gold pieces for you.
Alright, Gav, you want to the buy-in back here?
No, you can keep it. But it's my turn to spin.
That's true enough.
Nice.
So
You win 50
one needs
gold
50
pieces.
gold.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, my turn. Oh my god.
Nice. 60 gold pieces for you.
Did you do something to your goat, Gav? Because it's being lucky today.
No, that's just me.
Good one.
You see that people are gathering around you as they recognize you from last night, and they are clapping as you guys are winning, and they're getting very excited. And there's more people that are throwing in gold and wondering if this is a lucky table. There's some people that offer you some drinks, that offer a conversation, and Gavorkov, you see that a lady from the night before, Helena, she also has spotted you in the room.
And she's the one I talked to with, right? Who gave me all that gossip. Okay.
Yeah.
He will. Where is she? Currently?
She is in one of the side booths, but she's eyeing you, and you see that the bodyguard that was with her before is standing very close to her as well, keeping a sharp eye on you as
well. Gav is going to look to Clang and Pins and is going to say, "Oh, sorry, boys, but duty call." And he's going to get off.
Is that what you call it?
Morgana.
Good luck.
What's going on here?
And then he's
going to get lucky with a pink skin.
I slap his butt as he walks away.
Oh my god.
What? Gross.
Pins and Gavorkov, as you guys stay behind, Pins.
You mean Clang and
feel...
Clang and Pins?
Sorry, Clang and Pins. As you guys stay behind, you, Pins, feel the wooden mirror brimming in the bag.
I think something is shaky. Right. Clang. You done this mirror stuff before, right? I think something's happening.
I think that's the...
What do you mean? What you mean here the mirror's happening?
Yeah, excuse me, also, if you wanna have a little pet on the lucky guy over here, he's free for touching.
And I point at Clang and I run away.
Wait, what?
Oh, and one of them was definitely lucky yesterday. I don't know which of the small fellas. 10 gold pieces, please, to rub your head. Is an older guy. He's offering you 10 gold pieces to rub your head for luck.
Under his breath, Clang is just saying, "These pigskins are weird."
And you walk away with 10 gold pieces.
I'm taking 10 gold pieces, letting him rub my head, and then walking off.
So you follow, I think, Pins then?
I am going to follow after Pins, just so that I can knock him in the head for doing that.
All right.
I went running to Sear's spot. Is that spot? Is she there?
She is there, but she has a customer, and the curtains are closed.
Oh, in that case, if she's occupying the place, then never mind. I'll go try and find a secluded spot.
Yeah, you can always go to your room, which is, of course, your suite in the top level. But you do find yourself a quiet spot in the lobby, if that's what you want.
If we can just go upstairs, I'll go upstairs.
Yeah, okay.
That's going to be a good idea.
Okay, so you guys make your way upstairs. And this brimming of the mirror is getting more intense by the moment.
As I run up the stairs, and if Gav has a glance at me suddenly running, I'll make some very vague gestures about the mirror.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Roll me a performance, and Gavorkov, roll me over that performance if it's a 10. Okay. If it's under a 5, you just need to beat the 5.
So perception is what you want from me?
Insight.
Insight. 21.
Okay. So he does some very poor gesturing, but you can make out that it has something to do with the mirror.
Okay. He was already making his way towards the lady, so he still will, but he's gonna give a nod of acknowledgement towards Pins before he
Alright.
continues walking towards her.
Okay.
Yep.
So you two make your way to the room, and like I said, this mirror, just the intensity of it becomes just almost your entire bag is shaking by the time you reach your room.
Come on, Pinch, pulls it out here.
It's shaking. Right.
He takes it out.
How
Hello?
long must I ring before you finally open up the mirror?
We were among many pinkskins, Great Morgana.
And I fall to my knee.
Already on his knees.
Favorite. How long is it going to take to get this stupid mirror inside Pinkskin House?
Well, technically, there is a way to get it in. However, they have some sort of a suppression field, so it won't do much. We've been inside a couple times, and I even tried last night or earlier today to maybe put it somewhere, but nothing was working. The mirror wasn't vibrating, wasn't doing anything.
Too many words, too many words. Morgana must think.
And you see
You mean-
her.
Pigskin magic is making it bad.
There's one place where it might work. There was some exotic treasure room, I think it was, trading room. I might have someone who can place it there, but not quite sure about that.
New mission. Bins, find out where is important location. Place mirror there. So Morgana can send things through.
Important location inside the house or anywhere.
Inside Pinskin Town.
Alright. I think
But try to make mirrors slightly hidden.
well, if we put it in the town, anywhere in town, we can probably put it in Flint's location, right?
You mean Fang?
Don't know
Yeah, it's
who
fine.
that is. I don't care. Morgana's plans are behind favorite, and I'm starting to doubt if I should name someone else favorite.
I will do it, Great Morgana. I owe you everything. I'll do it.
Alright, I want this mirror placed tomorrow at the latest.
It shall be done.
Fine.
And she snaps her finger, and the mirror goes out, and the brimming stops. But you do feel the brimming of a coin, the flip me coin.
I reach under my cowl, pull it out, and I
yeah.
flip it.
All right. As you flip, there is sort of like it flips in the air, and the light hits it, and for a moment there's sort of like a hole, and out of that hole falls a package like you've seen before the coin then lands back in your hand. And the little package has a little box in it, is a little box. And when you open it up, there are some potions inside, and there is some gold inside. So there are 3 potions inside. They are all 3 greater healing potions. So one for you each. And there is also 300 gold pieces inside, 100 each.
All right. I will put 100 gold pieces aside with the potion and put it on wherever Gav's side of the bed is.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Hey, Gav, I gave you the thin mana potion vial, right?
Yes, it's in my inventory.
Just making sure that I did that before I get rid of it here on my side here. I didn't get rid of it yet.
All right. But I got it. Wrote it down and everything, so no worries.
Okay, downstairs, Gavolkov, you make your way to Helena. You greet her, you tell her something has come up. She looks visibly disappointed, and she says,
Well, I suppose that I'll see you later then. Your loss.
and you see a little pained,
It
she's a little hurt in her pride.
it is very much my loss, and do forgive me. It's just something urgent literally just came up as one of my colleagues informed me, and I need to go rush towards them, find out what exactly is the matter. You know how business can be.
Of course. In that case, I won't.
And she looks at the bodyguard, and he looks at her, and she says,
Please give him the note.
and you see, he looks at you. Do me a perception.
Okay.
He just looks a little cranky to you, but he does hand you a little folded note that has a wax seal on it. You see, it's a seal with birds and rings about flowers. And she says to you,
Well, when you do have time, please come calling.
and she then turns around and starts eating her little cake and drinking her tea.
He will bow to her before taking a step back and making his way upstairs.
All right. You also make your way upstairs, where you find Clang and Pins dividing something out of a wooden box that is slowly disintegrating.
What Morgana want?
86, 87. What? Morgan? You made me lose count.
I
was
can count
dividing your-
fast. Look, I can count. If you want to divide it, I'll do it. But what happened?
Yeah, Great Morgana, she wanted to know what was taking so long with the mirror, and I explained it to her, but she wasn't having it because we're being quite slow, and she's right.
She has a point. Have we any plan about what we're gonna do with that?
Well, I bumped into Allie earlier, and I was gonna I was gonna tell her to maybe put the mirror, if she knew anywhere where to put the mirror. And she said, no, there's a suppression field, doesn't really work, it might be one place only. And then Morgana said that she wants to bring stuff over through the mirror, and then, if it's in such a remote, secure location, I'm not sure if we can put it there.
I agree that I don't think we can really put it in the castle, but for the love of Grumsh, did you really give the mirror to the girl?
No, right here, I just told her that maybe if she knows where to put it without it being affected by the suppression, that might be good for us.
I hope she's good at keeping her secret, because if she tells
Well,
her
of course she's
aunt,
gonna give it a secret. I've got her secret.
you've got her.
Both have secrets.
Okay. Okay. Well, I hope you're right about this.
When have I ever been wrong?
Do I really need to tell you the times I thought you can't count?
Uh,
Yeah, exactly.
You don't always have to answer everything, Unless you can just, but Morgana said maybe we can find another important place within the town, and we were thinking maybe Finn's is the only place that we can really put it without arousing a lot of suspicion.
I think so, but is that really an important place in town?
It's important to me.
Yeah, but not to Morgana.
That's true.
Because I don't think we want to get yelled at for putting it in a shop.
Well, whenever anything weird happens, they usually go to the pharmacy. Or the apothecary.
Yeah,
There
he
might
has
be-
a point. He's an alchemist, so he has an alchemist stall, but he's also a doctor. So there's a lot of people of all kinds of social statuses coming there.
You have
If
a point.
anything happens within the town, he's probably going to be one of the first to know. Also, whenever the armies or whatever needs any enchanting done or any remedies or special preparations of his alchemical vials, they'll come to him.
Okay, I see your point. Okay. Then morning, we can go there, give the mirror to him. Plus, I think we might be able to do some shopping there. He always has some useful stuff.
Yeah, Flynn is really great. You know, shouldn't have doubted him so much.
That's the one who did all the time. Also, you're counting stuff. What was there for me? There's always a package for each of us. Where's
There
mine?
was a big pile of gold and we're trying to divide it into 3.
Yeah, let me take a look at that. I can do it.
Yeah, there's 3 pouches, each containing 100 gold pieces.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Well, we all put it together so we can then divide it up, you know.
Right.
That's something
Because
you would do.
this is why I need to be here for these things. Okay. All right, just let me look at the pile. I'll go through it. You can stand there watching me if you don't trust me. I don't care.
I'll trust you, Gav. Also, you got one of these potions here.
Oh. Oh, nice. Okay. He's gonna put it in his bag.
You all recognize the liquid, that it's a a potion of greater healing. It's just the bottle is grimy. It has some weird flavors on it. There's lots of handprints on it.
Of course.
Yep, that's it. It's just the bottle isn't as fancy as the ones you buy here, but the liquid is the same.
Okay.
Gavorkov,
It's what's in the
because
inside that matters.
on your bottle, under your name is sort of like a is a note like someone licked paper and like how do you say that, stuck it on the bottle, and it says long ears hurry up.
Long is hurry up.
Long ears.
Oh, long ears, hurry up. He's gonna take it with a smile as he looks at Mesmer's handwriting, put it away.
Okay. So after you guys have divided the gold, are you guys going to sleep for the next morning? Or is there something you guys would still like to do?
He needs to take a look at the note he was handed to him.
When you open the note and you read it, it says, how did you introduce yourself to Lady Helena?
As Gavorkov.
Okay, it says, it just says your name at the top, Gavorkov, and then it has a little space, and it shows an address, and it says, come calling when you have time. Yeah, that's basically what it says.
Does it give a scry number?
It has a sigil on it.
Okay. Would he know? Would he be able to tell this requires some sort of magic to activate, or?
You would know that this is definitely a magic sigil. You just never really seen it before. Not sure what it means.
Would he be able to think if identify might be of any use at all when it comes to looking at this? Okay.
Yeah.
Then
that has always worked so far.
Then he'll sit down and identify before he then goes to bed.
Okay. When you tap it, it's almost kind of like the message spell, where you can send a message to someone and a person can reply.
Ah.
But this one is specified to her personally.
Okay. I kind of want to be like, hello? Is this working? Hello?
Yeah, you can do
Uh,
that if you want.
Definitely not. Just thought of like an old man with new technology.
Yeah. But that is what you surmise. That's what you learn from the note.
Okay.
And as you sort of fold it close, it sort of becomes how do you say that? Ethereal, and you see the dust sort of. It sort of turns into like a ethereal kind of dust that gets almost blown into this little sphere that appears, which you know is your mapper.
For the map, or is it a new map?
No, that is the mapper itself. You guys own a mapper that anyone can access. So basically, if you
Mhm.
think of it and you turn your hand, it appears. It's a little transparent orb,
Oh,
and
okay.
it disappears into there.
Hey, seriously, I thought we went over this already.
Oh, sorry, I forget things sometimes. It's okay. The inner voice always tells me what to do.
Wait, inner voice?
Don't worry about it.
I'm certainly
Magic
worried
stuff.
about it.
Just magic
I'm
stuff.
gonna worry too. No, don't call it magic stuff now. It's gonna hurt me head.
So as this little orb appears and the information sort of gets sucked into there, you look at it and you touch it, thinking about what happened to my note. And as you touch it, the note comes back out, turns ethereal. And then as you touch it, becomes physical. You can flip it open again.
Okay.
And as you let it go, it once again goes ethereal, turns into a dust, and moves back into the sphere.
Okay. In that case, considering what it is, he is going to pull out the note. He is going to touch the symbol to get the spell going, and he's going to say, maybe I should have thought about what to say before I said I was going to do it. Yeah, it would have been a better idea. What time of day is it? Oh, I guess it's
late in the evening. It's about 2200.
Gav is gonna shoot a look of "shut the fuck up" to Pins.
What you doing? You busy? What didn't you do?
Is
What
this?
didn't you do?
I don't remember giving my number to any of you.
Evening, Miss. What was her last name?
Hello.
Her name is
Winfield.
Helena
Winfeld. Okay.
Yeah.
Evening, Ms. Winfeld. I read your note and your letter, and I am quite lucky to have such a gift from you. Once again, I apologize for having to leave so suddenly and so quickly after having just seen you.
And the spell cuts off. You only have like 15 words.
You're right. 25. You're right.
Oh, so soon? Missed me already, I see. Well, like I said, your loss. I'm going home and I won't be here for the next 3 days. But once I'm back, I'll be glad to see you once more. We have much gossip to do.
Does he have to tap the thing again to start up any message?
Yes, you do.
Okay, so he'll tap it again. I look forward to it. However, I will be delving into a tomb soon. So I will try to see or to do what I can.
Are you counting your words?
Yes.
Yeah.
She says, a living tomb? Oh my, you are such a hero. Aren't you scared? Wait, don't tell me. I want to hear everything about it once you're back.
When you message, then I'll tell you all about it when I return.
And you don't hear a reply from that. But you
Expected
assume that everything is good. So that is the last thing you do. So you guys all go to bed. Clang, you're the last one who still gets to do something if he wants to.
Did Gav ever repair his book?
Yes.
Yeah, it should have been repaired already, and you would have found it when you woke up the day after.
All right, then.
It would have looked brand new, just as new as the day you stole it.
Hey! It was legitimately acquired from a dead pink skin.
Just as new
When
as the
he
day you
got
acquired
it.
it.
When he acquired it, it was quite used already. So it's new as the day the pink skin bought it.
Yes.
No, he'll take a moment here. Once he sees everybody starting to settle down for the evening, he'll go ahead and if there's still a bit of warmth left to the jacuzzi, for lack of a better term here.
And the jacuzzi always seems warm and freshly done with fresh water.
He's going to once again indulge and relax his muscles in the warmth of that hot tub.
Mm-hmm.
And read his book.
All right. And you feel, as you are soaking in that, scented water, you feel that the ache and the pain of days of training actually drain from your body. And by the time you go to bed, you are fully relaxed. As the night passes, nothing spectacular seems to happen. Are you guys sleeping close to the hearth with Pop? Or are you, there's also lamps next to the on the side tables. You can also put him in one of the flames of the lights.
Hey, Pins. Yeah, Pop can go on just about anything that burns, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How's about we put him in one of these things here? He's got lots of oil.
Hey, Clank,
Hey?
would you like to sleep in the drawer? Gotta give Pop
He'll
some
tower over Pins and go, I've slept in worse.
Gotta give Pop some space and give him something that he's worthy of, you know? The earth is right there. Why can't we just give him the earth?
Because the hearth isn't anywhere near the beds.
So we move the bed.
You can
I
definitely
grab
do
it.
that.
I'm gonna grab him by the ear. Let's go. Let's do this. No.
You guys take about 10 minutes or so to move this heavy, massive oak bed. You leave all these scratches on the hardwood floor, but you do manage to get the bed right next to the hearth where you put Pop in.
With a sigh, Gab was behind him casting mending on the floor.
That's good.
Do we still have some of that little booze in the room here?
If Clank didn't drink it all. But
Clang has not drank at all yet.
you guys fall asleep. You wake up the next morning.
I pour some
with a-
booze on Pop so he burns brighter and also has some fun.
Oh,
Hey, where'd
you
get?
see
Where did you
Pop
get
do
that?
this funny swaying that you haven't seen him do before, and the flames actually make little shapes and weird things. Might be things he's thinking about. You see little horses, like flaming horses, dancing in the fire. And weird
Oh, look
shapes.
at that Clang. It's so cute.
Yeah, he's pretty cute here. Where'd you get the booze?
I found it.
I'll look in my bag. Did he steal from me?
Did you take it
probably
from the
missing a
room, or did
bottle.
you take it from Clank?
I would have done a cursory glance on the room. If I didn't see anything at first sight, I would have taken it from the bag.
There are some little minis on the dresser.
No, I would have taken the mini.
Okay. All right.
Wise choice. Wise choice. Clang then
The
takes the
next-
bottle out and chugs it before he goes to bed. There you go.
Just in case. You wake up the next morning from a soft knock on the door. And you say, "Gentlemen, room service."
Well, there's a room that serves. We need serves more than a room. Room's fine.
Have we had room service before? Or is this the first time?
No, you seem to have gotten room service every morning and every evening.
Okay.
If
Okay.
you were in.
Yeah. Pinch. Pinch, it means.
It's just a weird word, you know. It's just a weird word.
Yeah. Pink skins, go figure. But, he'll don his human voice. Please leave it. Please bring it in.
And he opens the door, and there's like this silver card that he moves, and he takes off the cloach. I think it's cloach. He takes off those, silver covers, and there's like a nice breakfast for you guys. There's like eggs, bacon. There are sandwiches with all kinds of things in them. There are several orange juices and kind of strange dark liquid that has a strange smell, and it tastes a little bitter. And there is some tea as well for whoever wants to.
Oh dear
you
God,
take-
you're giving coffee to these little gremlins?
Yep.
My
And he makes a little bow and he leaves. This is a very beautiful silver worked sort of pot that holds the black liquid that has the engraving of the sigil of Klaus Grey in it, and it has a little note with it that says, "Hope you enjoy." Yeah.
Kling will try some of this black liquid.
Okay. You try some of this black liquid. It tastes phenomenal. Well, that depends. Do you like it? That's up to you. It actually just tastes like coffee. There are some creams with it, some strange sort of like crystallized, that crystallized sugar that you can put in it.
I don't think Kling is smart enough to know how to make coffee.
Mhm.
He would probably understand the concept of such a drink from his
Mhm.
book, but know absolutely nothing about fixing it. So he's just gonna straight up drink it black, and we'll see what goes on here.
Okay.
So what would I need to roll to see how affected he would be by coffee?
Okay. So this thing has a special thing to it. So this is there are the only cups that you see that have the same engraving, the same sigil on it, because the tea is already in cups. So there's empty cups that you can take the silver pot to put it in. There's a little scoop of ice cream in there. You pour the coffee over that, and you drink it, and there's a weird sort of vanilla ice cream flavor mixed with this coffee. And roll me Oh, you actually don't need to roll anything yet. Okay, so
Did you say yet?
yes. But it's a deliciously sort of Swedish drink, and it will keep you up for days. So there's this surge of energy that comes over you. Your eyes sort of grow wide, your pupils sort of dilate, and you feel empowered. You feel wonderful. Your speed is doubled. You gain the swift and the repeated properties for the duration that this is active. So roll me a 2d8 to see how many hours this thing is active on you.
Okay.
The work
You're
house
very
actually.
alert, Glenn.
Oh, that one's on both.
Okay, so for 2 hours, you have this effect on you. I'm going to link it. Anyone who drinks the coffee, this is what happens to you.
Is there just
you
enough for the three
feel-
of us?
Yes.
Okay.
So there's 3 cups that each have like one of those sort of ice
Mhm.
cream balls in them.
Mm-hmm.
Each one of you gets to roll a 2d8. Your speed is doubled and you gain the swift and repeatable properties. So as if any weapon that you use will have those properties, basically. You
Okay.
have them.
Gavorkov is actually going to grab it and pour the coffee into one of his
Mhm.
empty flasks.
Yeah, you can do that. Do you mix it with the ice cream cup?
Nope, he's just pouring coffee straight into the empty flask.
You gotta remember, we're goblins.
Yeah.
We're not. We have no
Okay.
sense of refinement. No sense of refinement whatsoever.
All right.
How did you know how to do that, Clang?
You what? He just his.
You look at
just
Clang.
He used the provided cup, and you can see his eyes are bulging. He's like, what are you talking about? What you talking about, Pete? I don't know what you're talking about. But why is everything going so slow?
You're talking very fast for so early in the morning.
How do you know what's going on with me?
Did that face at you again?
He's just running around the room now.
Right, I'm just gonna have some of that too, I guess.
Do you
wait,
pour the coffee on the ice cream, or do
Yeah,
you?
I copy Clang.
Yeah. Okay.
He's the one
So
that
also roll me a
apparently knows
2d8.
all the pink skin customs.
Gavorkov will get a bite out of the ice cream. Like, grab a spoon and take a bite out of it.
Take a bite of the ice cream. You take a bite out of the ice cream, and you feel like a sugar rush come over you. And you kind of start feeling also that way, where like this rush comes over you and it really quickly dissipates.
Okay. Is there any bags or containers on this cart?
No, but you can. I mean, the ice cream. If you want to mix it, the ice cream will melt from the coffee. You can then pour it into
Mhm.
your flask if you want.
Because he wants to maintain the ice cream in its form, but he'll pour the coffee over it and then just put it back in his flask. Then, in that case,
All right. So okay, you rolled really high. So for 8 hours, your speed is doubled, and you have these swift and repeater properties. Basically, that's I suppose that's kind of your guys' reaction. After that time has completed,
He's gonna look for.
Rose, where are you? Rose. Oh, so mad. Rose, you have to take a look of this. This is so great.
Rose.
Guys,
oh dear God. Okay,
I don't think
let
you
me
should
see.
give that to your pet.
Whatever what to do, I'm here to raise you. You don't know anything about pets here. Take it, Rose.
I think
Rose sniffs it.
Ain't you funny talking normal before I change?
it might die of what Pinks is called an attack of the heart.
Pinks
I'll
has got
kill
no
anyone who aims
constitution.
anything at Haruzo's heart.
Pinks
Alright.
has no constitution.
She licks a bit of the ice cream. You see her pupils are completely covering her eyes, and she is just like what's that game called? A squash ball. She is just like squash balling through the room at this point, leaving glitter everywhere. So this is an eventful morning. You guys eat your food, I suppose. Yeah. And yeah, what would you guys like to do this morning?
Alright, I need to go. I have somewhere to go. I need to go. I'll be back later. Also, Clay, you should totally dip some of that bacon in the coffee. It's great. Bye.
Okay, so you go off. Clay, what do you want to do?
The bacon is now gone, and he's run off to to Gray Manor to do more training.
Okay, you are gonna roll with advantage since you also have the repeater and swift properties as you do your training with Orin, who is, well, let's roll. Roll your performance. What did I say last time that you rolled? Quickly check.
Shoot, yeah.
I think that I asked you. Yes, athletics.
An athletics roll I can do. Most definitely. So I'm rolling with advantage.
Yes,
so-
you do.
That's
14. A 14 is pretty good. So your morning is going really well. He seems very off guard by how quickly you have mastered it, how fast you are. So you do this for now. You are off training. Playing. Pins. Where are you running off to?
To the baker for William.
Oh, to the baker. Okay, you go to the baker. It's quite early in the morning, but you see that Willem Eckert is already sitting outside at one of the tables. He has 2 drinks on the table, one close to an empty chair, one for himself, and he seems to be reading some kind of, looks a bit like a newspaper almost.
I run straight past him.
Okay. Let me roll. Does not notice you. You're too fast.
About a minute later, I turn back. I come back.
Wait, Maggie's over here. I went too far. Hey, you're already here. That's good. Early morning, it's nice weather outside. It's nice weather outside. Look, I haven't looked up yet.
He slowly puts this paper down. He says, "Oh, little Arby, are you all right? You
Oh,
seem
I'm
kind
feeling
of-
great.
Is this a special experiment for the little scouts?"
Yes, like how many energy can we put in a single cup? Hello, cup.
Okay.
What
Are
the
you
hell?
sure you're healthy for doing business today? You look a little off.
No, I'm good, as long as you can keep up.
He looks uncertain. Let me roll for him. Well, he thinks maybe it's okay. Okay. Well, okay. For starters, I ordered you something, and it's just a cup of tea. Smells good. But after your coffee, not sure if you would enjoy it as much. And
You already threw me off.
Shot it down.
Just burning hot. Just.
That was really hard. You could have won me, but that's okay. Oh, no, it's not okay. It really burns. I need some water. Can I have some water?
There's a vase on the table.
No, never mind.
I take off my hat and I make it to create water. I put my face in my cap and start slurping.
His eyes.
Oh my god, that's water. Why did you give me that?
His eyes grow wide. He's like, I'm not sure if I should be doing business with you in your current stage. That was boiling hot tea that has just been served.
Yeah, I know it was boiling hot. I drank it. What is it that you want? I forgot why we're here. Oh, right, we're here because you had a quest for me.
Yes. And
Well, look at all that. Come on.
fine. All right. For starters, I think my first order of things is keeping things discreet between us. Yes?
I'm always discreet. When am I not discreet? Have you ever heard me say anything about not being discreet?
You see that he's starting to get ready to. He's starting to put his stuff in his bag. And he says, "Are you sure that I can trust you?"
Oh, yep.
Fine. Since I have no one else currently to help me, like I said, I have a contract. He pulls it out of his bag. this is highly sensitive, and it requires, well, obviously some binding. 500 gold pieces to look into my wife. What I specifically want you to do is, there is a safe she has in the house. I have the combination. What I would like you to do is find out if she is filing for divorce, but I also want proof that she has a lover.
Starts writing.
Right. Saving the house, you have the combination, brave, proof, a lover. I think I can do that. Definitely, yeah, I can do that. I'm good at that.
Now, this must be... She must never know that you've been there or stolen or copied this information. As soon as you have it, come back and see me, and I will have a follow-up quest for you. And I promise you, it will be well rewarded with. So, I will pay you half now, half after. Do you agree?
What's half of 500?
250, of course.
250, that's a lot. Yeah, that's fine.
So, this contract has to be fulfilled in 1 month's time, after which I have the right to send someone after you to collect my money, on the ground of you not fulfilling the contract or perhaps stealing from me.
Alright, well, if you were able to find someone that they can find me, I probably wouldn't be good for the job, so probably if I was gonna go, you wouldn't get your money back. But I'm
Well-
on my words, I'm gonna do that.
All right, well, and he turns the contract to you and he hands you like a fountain pen, like it's a very pretty pen. It's gold and it's engraved, and there's sort of this really dark blue ink flowing from it. And he says, "If you please, with such a signature right there." And you see basically everything that he's told you, and all kinds of details of the contract are in there. And his signature is already on the contract.
Oh my god. Alright. He remembers that he is not supposed to write his own name. And he signs it with RB as was engraved in the napkin.
Okay.
And it's
As you
very shaky.
Okay. Jittery. As you sign it, there's sort of a glow that comes off from the contract, and there is a sigil that ends up on your hand, on your inside, just under your hand, on your wrist, and it's the same sigil that is in the bottom of the contract. He says, "Alright."
Oh wait, no, that's normal. Okay, never mind.
Right then. He looks at you strangely. He folds up the contract, puts it in his bag. He takes out a little brown leather pouch and he puts it in front of you. He says, "Now, that would be it for me. I think I've seen enough for today. Good luck in your
Hey.
endeavors."
You forgot to give me the combination.
It's in the contract.
Alright.
Right in the house.
Those in the also directions.
Okay, so if you tap the sigil on your wrist, the information pops up, and you see information that you figure you can probably add to your mapper as well. It's the location of where she lives, but it doesn't seem to be in this town. It seems to be in a different town. And the combination of the safe, everything is in there as well.
That's that's far. What are you doing here if she lives all the way over there?
All in due time, my friend.
Summer
And
homes,
he-
my dear boy. Summer homes.
He makes a bow and he leaves. So
Well,
just so
I'm
you
the
can
man for
write
the
it
job. If you
down.
don't get the job done, it's probably because I'm dead.
But so you can write it down. The combination is 52469.
We got a request, Rose. We got a. You didn't believe me that he tried to burn me with tea? The nerve.
Okay. So that brings us to Gavorkov. What are you doing this morning?
Gavorkov is gonna head towards the stables.
The stables, yes. You go to the stables and you see the stable, one of the stable boys outside, not the stable master. And the moment he sees you, he walks up to you and he makes a bow and he says, "Oh, sir, a package has arrived for you, and if you would follow me."
He nods. Lead the way.
And he leads you inside, and there is like, this large open space that you've seen before with all the coaches, and he takes you to a small cart. It's big enough for one of you to sit in, but it has. It's really nicely carved. It's beautifully made. It has a cover that you can pull, almost like a caterpillar-like thing. You can pull over the cart. You can pull it back, so you can cover it or take it off. And there's all these places for pots and things in it. Some of these holes.
Fantastic. While I'm here, I was hoping to speak to your boss, stable master.
Of course. If you wait here, I'll get him. And he leaves, and after a little while, stable master comes and says, "How can I help you?"
Yes. We rented from you a pounce cat. Great tooth, I believe.
Great tooth.
Yeah.
Indeed.
I'm here to purchase him.
Purchase Great Tooth.
Yes, just Greytooth. We already purchased, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, you own Snow. Of course. Great Tooth is not the youngest pounce cat we have, but if you insist, of course, I will sell him to you.
Well, one of us has grown an attachment to it, and so whether he's old or not, I'll be purchasing
Well,
him.
he's not old, just not the youngest.
Then it'll do fine. Looking at the cart, how big is it? Would he see that maybe he should take a third or a fourth pounce cat?
1 pounce cat can pull this cart.
1 pounce cat can pull the cat.
Because you asked for a small one, so this is
Yeah,
almost
okay.
like a... it just has several tiers up for pots, like, shelves, almost. And it has space for one person to sit in.
And I will need 1 more pounce cat. Which...
Yeah.
Which ones do you have available at this moment?
Well, come take a look. And he takes you to another hallway and then into the stables where there are many different creatures. He takes you past the horses to the area where the pounce cats are. There are many pounce cats. You see some definitely smaller than both Snow and Greytooth. He says, those are still in training. And on this side, you see the ones that are almost reaching the height of Snow. Greytooth is much larger. And you see there's different colored one. They all have shades, though, that go from a snow white to a very dark, deep gray. There's about 4 of them right now. You see that there's some empty stables.
Greytooth is what color?
Greytooth is gray.
Greytooth is gray. Snow is
But
white.
Yeah, he's a lightish gray, so
Okay.
kind of a mid-tone gray.
Okay. And the ones he's putting on are ones in training, or we walked past the ones in training already?
No, you went past the ones in training, and then there are 4 here. You also
Mhm.
see some empty stables. Maybe more pound cats have, been
Been
bought or
taken, yeah.
taken. But at the moment, there's 4 of them. There's 2 white ones, one similar color to Grey Tooth, and one very dark, almost a black pound cat.
How
And
imposing
he
does that
says
almost dark one look?
it looks different.
Different.
It's with the pound cats, but it doesn't look the same.
What's the deal with this one? As he motions
This one,
towards.
It's my, well, almost my life's work, I could say.
Your
Been
life's
trying
work.
to tame it. It's been with me for almost 20 years. And although he says that, this pound cat doesn't look really old. It doesn't have gray patches. It doesn't look fragile. It looks young. And he says, long time ago, one of Lady Grey's knights came bring out a cub from the living tombs. They're definitely like pound cats, some strange genetic mutation. Call them void beasts.
And this one is for sale.
Only if you wish to spend a whole lot of gold, my friend.
Well, that depends on the price you're asking. Do be reasonable, of course.
Of course. Oh, you want to know?
Yes.
This one goes for 3,000 gold pieces.
3,000 gold pieces. Now, what exactly happened to reasonable? A price hike from 500 to 3,000 is quite a lot.
I'll take that as ignorance and not an insult. You've obviously never seen a void beast before. They are magnificent. They're strong-willed. They're all near indestructible and, well, very hard to handle.
So 3,000 gold pieces. 1 second.
Yeah, 20 years of training.
So 3,000 gold pieces, and with that 10% discount, it'd be 2,700.
Of course.
What if I hand you 2,500 now, and I can take them off your hands?
He laughs. Will I never come back? Absolutely not. That's 20 years of my life.
You, sir, drive quite the bargain.
He walks to the side. He walks to the one of the larger white pound cats, and he says, "This one here, very valuable. Goes for the normal price. Something special about this one." And you see the pound cat sort of nuzzle his head against the hand of the stable master.
Trying to think what I can do. How about
How short are
this?
How short are you?
I am 200. 2,500 is all he has. So he's gonna
let me
turn to
see.
say, because
Yeah, I would also chip in, but I'm not there.
Yeah, you're welcome to steal from one of our packs here. I've got 411 here. Actually, I've got 90 platinum here.
damn. So that's 900 gold. But
Yep.
what I'm thinking is, I'm thinking of possibly doing a down payment so he doesn't sell it to somebody else, and then coming back when we have the money.
You can definitely discuss that.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of discussing with him, so that I don't have to use your guys' money for it.
Dude, this thing sounds absolutely awesome. If you make a good enough case here, Kling is gonna throw money at you.
Okay.
His hyper is all holy fuck too. So if you give him another 2 hours here, you're more than likely gonna catch him when he's dog tired, and he'll just fork over money for whatever reason.
You, sir, drive a very hard bargain. Well, that one may be special, as he points to the white one. However, I want that one instead. Points towards the darker one. I'll be back later today, and I'll bring you your 2,700.
He nods and he says, "All right.
Oh.
I will. In that case, you see that he's not unfriendly. He just really seems to care about this one. He says, I'll prepare him and just so you know, the contract needs to be signed of proof of taking good care of the animal, of course."
Of course. Apart from the cost of this purchase, how much else is the upkeep?
He does need special riding gear, same as the other pounds gets. It's not gonna cost you more than 300.
Okay, so right now he needs 3,000. Okay. I see. And for its diet, can it eat just normal flesh as the others, or is there something special about that too?
Interesting thing is it eats nearly anything.
Nearly anything.
Especially if you find shimmer berries, things like that. He likes them, keeps them sustained. Anything that seems to have some kind of strange dark magic in it keeps it sustained for a long time. Otherwise, it eats flesh just as much.
I see. Well, I will return in 20 minutes or so. Get them ready.
20 minutes.
Well,
All right.
I am not going to allow this beast to be bought out from under me. Well, I can still avoid that.
Since you are blessed by Lady Grey, I'll set him apart for you and be prepared to spend an hour for the animal to get adjusted to you.
I'll spend the time it takes.
All right.
Well,
See you soon, then.
I'll be seeing you soon.
He gently pets the void beast as it licks his hand, and you see that he seems a little sad as he starts hugging this really large beast. Like the pound scatters are big, and Grey Tooth is very big, but this void beast is taller even than Grey Tooth.
And for purchasing Grey Tooth, would he then pay the 500 up front, right? Because the rent would not at all take into account. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. He hasn't paid it yet.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So he'll say, see you soon, and he'll head off. And he's gonna say, okay. If you remember correctly, Pins is basically broke, just like Gav was.
Pins isn't broke.
I remember you saying something similar to that you didn't have much money.
Yeah, and then I won 3 times in a row on the wheel last night.
You're right.
He did really well.
Did he see where Pins headed off to? Or just ran off?
I don't think so.
No. Okay, let's see where Clank headed off to.
You can definitely you can definitely go look for them.
Actually, he would know where Clang would be because he sent the Raven back there. to find him at some point the day before. So he
Okay.
assumes he's going to be in the same place because he said he was training all
Okay.
day.
Yeah.
So we'll walk there and you can switch to somebody else.
Okay. In the meantime, we go back to Clang. Clang, because you're drinking this coffee, roll me another athletics with advantage.
Athletics with advantage. Yeah. Oh,
A
God damn it.
10.
The coffee crash is starting to hit me.
It's starting to hit you. Roll me a Constitution save.
Con save. Oof. That's a normal then, right?
Yes.
13.
13. Okay. As you feel sort of a lethargy come over you, as this coffee seems to be wearing off after 2 hours, but you fight through it, and you shake off that lethargy, and you're in there. You had a great bath last night. You have no stomach or muscle pain. You go straight forward. You can roll me one final athletics with advantage.
Natural 20.
That is natural 20. Are you using your own katana?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
As you go through this lethargy for a little bit and you shake it off, you're like, no, I'm gonna do great today. And Orin, as you came in so hard, so fast in this morning, Orin just takes it all out on you. He is rough with you. He teaches you a lot, and he doesn't hold back. You sustain a lot of bruises. You sustain just a whole lot of pain, but in the end, you actually master the katana.
Oh dear Lord, a goblin master.
So you have mastered your katana in 2 sessions. So you don't need to actually have a third one. You have now mastered this. So you can freely wield this katana now. You can use this katana and all its properties. And you end your day in the mid-afternoon. You actually end your training quite early. You are beat and bloody and bruised, and Orin shakes your hand and he says, "You are one of my best students so far. I'm proud I've got to work with you. Thank you for this session, Clay."
It has been a pleasure. He gives a respectful bow as he's seen it happen before.
And he smiles at you as you have just as much beaten him with bruises and a bloody lip, and but he invites you to drink something together before long. You see Gavolkov entering the balcony, looking for you.
Pardon me. It seems one of my companions has come. I will meet you at the same place as yesterday, correct?
Actually, I have no more to teach you. You have mastered the skill. So, as much as I'd love to see you again, I think next time it might be on a mission instead.
More than likely, then.
And he clinks a cup to you, and he says, "I wish you well on your journeys to the living tombs, my friend."
And you as well, and you as well in life.
And
My
he
friend.
nods, and he swigs the whole thing.
Likewise. As soon as he's out of earshot, I'll switch over to Goblin. Oi, what's going on here?
So, Clang, I need to talk to you about something very important.
All right, what's going on then?
You see, you want to be feared by everybody, don't you? You want to for us all to look as intimidating as possible, show our strength and power. Yes?
Well, it goes without saying, of course.
Well, I found just a way to do it. But that involves money. Not a lot, but it's still money.
What you find?
Well, listen, I can pay for most of it. A lot of it, really. And the second I have the money, I'll pay for the part you put in. But I would need your help with some of the money. And what I found was, well, you thought the pound scats were really cool. I found something that's even cooler. Something that, according to the person, comes from the tombs.
You can see him just kind of squinting at you, and it's not like a discerning. It's more of like I'm trying very hard to stay awake right now. So what you're saying is, it's gonna make us look cool.
Yeah, very cool. It's gonna make. Well, so he needed 3K,
Above
I
game, how
believe.
much do we need at this
So
point?
I think he needed 500.
570.
570. Okay.
Because
Because you also
DM,
want to buy
I'm
grey too.
gonna-
yeah, Grey Tooth is an extra 500. So he needs 3,570. Where's the 70 come from, by the way?
It's 300 for the saddle with 10% discount is 270.
Right. Okay. So that would be.
DM, I would like to make a wisdom save here for Kling to see if he's actually just going to go ahead and give exactly the amount here, or if he's just going to throw his money at the.
Okay. Do me wisdom save for sure.
So 2970
That's
is
good though.
the cost of the Void Beast. 3470 is if we also get to Grey Tooth.
I can give you. Kling will give you exactly how much you need here. You're just going to have to count it for him.
Okay. So we'll say 2970. So
Honestly, I think at the very least he would have had to have beaten a 10 here for this because of coffee. First time trying coffee.
So 470 is basically what he's asking you for.
Okay, 470. Let me see here. I give him 40 platinum here. That'll take me down to this here, and 70 gold here, which I need to get my handy dandy calculator out because I am no good at math when I am on my weekend.
Okay.
And I'm gonna have to close it out here just as soon as I can here, because let's face it, here, less things I have up, the less I have to worry about things going absolutely haywire. Okay. He gave you 40 platinum and 70 gold pieces, or rather, you took it from him because he cannot count above 4.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, Kling. I'll make sure to pay you back your investment. Appreciate it. And trust me, we're gonna look real cool.
That is a word that is not supposed to be used by me.
I'll pay you back. But we're gonna look cool.
Okay, that's what's important.
Yes.
You'll notice he's considerably slower than he was earlier today.
And then he is gonna get Gavo up in the air to scout for pins.
I think Pins is going even faster than me.
Yeah, I'm
probably never gonna find him.
You might have a point, but I kind of need pins. So hopefully I'll find them. If not, it's gonna be a little bit too bad for him, I guess. Well,
See him. You just see. I think after all of his will has been spent, he just Family Guy falls straight onto his face into the pavement.
Gav will mold Earth a pillow on his head, or to rise
On
up a
his
pillow
head,
shape,
okay.
a pillow shape beneath his head to lift it
No.
up.
No. Let's go with what you said beforehand here, because Klang's head is as hard as a rock here too. So we'll go ahead and put it there. Perk. Hey, good enough.
I'll just leave you to it, Clang. And he's gonna turn and Gabo scouts.
Yes. Where's my sketch
Okay,
pad? I need to draw this now. I need to draw this now.
You go and draw that, and we go back to Pins. What are you doing in the meantime?
Let's go see if our crossbows and everything is done yet, but we'll have to see how far they are.
I'm gonna run
Okay.
to blacksmith.
You're going to, yeah, okay. You go to the blacksmith. And by the way, I checked the recording. It was 2 days. So not 3 days, but in 2 days your weapon will be ready. But you go to the blacksmith and you go inside.
Hello. Good morning. Hello. Good morning.
Oh, hello, there
Morning.
you are again, little
There you are.
friend.
Yes, I am. Here I am.
What can I do for you?
I was just wondering to see how far you gone with your crossbow yet.
Almost done.
It's done. It's almost done. How long do I have to wait?
You want to see the process?
Sure.
She shows you, she goes back to her workplace for a little bit and she comes back and she shows you the weapon, and it's beautiful. It's this black wood that has silver poured over certain sections of the crossbow, and they're worked with all kinds of mushrooms that seem to be like and sprouting spores that sort of seem to be floating through the air, and it has your sigil of the Lickersham tribe in it, and you just see all kinds of all kinds of reliefs in let me see. In a crossbow, you see that in the middle of up on the top of the handle there is a small indentation, like a circular hole that is also edged around with flowers and mushrooms. And she says,
And this is where the oakman will go. And you see, I've done with the silvering process.
and she's just explaining to you, and it's like this really deep black wood. It has like this sort of satin finish on it, so it's not quite shiny, but it's not completely matte either. And she says,
So, last thing for me is to use some very special sinew for the
basically the wiring and everything. Yeah.
she says, and you'll start doing some real massive damage. I'm quite proud of it, really. Maybe one of my best works so far.
It really looks magnificent.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. I won't be
Fuck, what's her?
modest about it.
And she says,
Would you like to come look for my last hour of work? See how I do it?
I do have some things to do, or else actually I do need to know how I actually gonna work this thing, because it seems a little bit more complicated than my normal hand crossbow over here. You know where I can train into using this thing?
Of course. You go to Hasgrey, and there is they have all kinds of special trainers there. They have masters in crossbows as well, so I'd go there. Do you want to wait an hour so you can use your own crossbow? I heard that it helps using the same weapon that you're gonna use.
I don't know if I can sit still for that long.
sorry, what?
I don't know if I can sit still for that long.
Oh, well, I can finish it up, don't worry. You can run around until I'm done.
I think I'm gonna run around.
All right. Well, I'll see you in an hour.
I
And
also
she
do have
takes,
this little gem that's probably gonna go into that little slotty thingy that you said it was gonna. You have.
Oh, you have an augment.
have
Yeah,
you
that's
guys
the word.
decided yet who's taking what augment?
No, we haven't here.
Okay, so you guys will have to discuss that as well. But she
Yeah.
says,
But first, I really need to finish up this weapon because my father isn't here right now, and I can't open shop until this is done.
so she says, I'll see you in an hour. And she takes the crossbow
Right.
back to her workspace and
Well,
it
since your
goes
father
down the
isn't here
steps.
and I have to go do some running around in town, do you have any errands you need to run? Because I'm gonna go running.
Not at the moment, no.
All right, bye.
Bye.
And she so that's what you're doing. Are you running anywhere specific?
Yeah, I'm gonna go look for a clang so I can run circles around him.
Yes. Okay. Well,
Easy
you
enough.
don't. Clang, I don't know where you are right now, but roll me a
Oh, actually-
perceptive. Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna run to
Is it-
Flynn.
Flynn. Oh yeah, you can go to Flynn definitely. So you go to the terrace tier. Are you going to his shop or to his house?
Is it still morning?
It's afternoon.
I'll go to a shop.
Okay, you go to his shop, and you see still he doesn't have a sign yet, but you see that they are sort of preparing hooks and a frame to hang one later. You go inside. There's a little bell, and you see, you go into the shop. And once again, like these really nice colored glass windows that leave all these really pretty marks on the floor, and you see all these tables with all kinds of potions and things, and you walk to the counter where Flynn is standing, and he says, Mr. Pins, how are you doing?
Flynn. You know, it's really hard to find your place. It doesn't have a name. It's a good thing that I can smell Seamus.
Oh, are you some kind of coffee?
I don't know. I drank something and it's really good. I'm really fast now. Look.
And he runs in circles.
Oh, yeah, that must be it. Little Seamus is just sort of making that chirping noise that raccoons make. And he says, I wish I could do that. He says, Mr. Pins, what can I do for you?
A request. Actually, I have two requests. Maybe I have two requests. I think I have two requests. Yes. So first of all, this.
And he opens his hand, and there's the frosty loot, and he summons her.
Oh, yes. Of
Yeah,
course.
this one. You have customers here all the time, right?
I do.
Yeah, maybe she can like be your assistant for like an hour or so because I have some errands to run. I have to go back to the blacksmith in an hour and I have things to do and I have to train. So maybe for a little moment, maybe you can teach her some things, and if customers come, maybe she can interact with them.
Yeah, they quite liked her last time. I can do that again.
That's amazing. All right. For the other thing, I forgot. No, I remember. I have this thing that I need to secure in your location, please.
Secure, and there's a vault in the inn if you like.
I don't want in.
I look
Okay.
around. Is there anyone else?
No.
Right. So I have this mirror. I think you've seen this mirror. Have you seen this mirror? I think you've seen this mirror. We've worked with a mirror before. Were you there for that?
I vaguely remember once you guys talking to it.
Amazing. That's good. Yeah. Don't look into the mirror. But this is a mirror. Don't look at it. Anyway, I need to place it here in your in your pharmacy.
Alchemist shop. Is it cursed?
It's not cursed. I wouldn't give you a cursed item. What do you think of me after we were friends?
I think so too. Yes, of course. I'll do some random. You see him sort of move his hand over the mirror and cast some kind of spell. Seems okay, I suppose. Where would you?
Well, it seems okay. It's a mirror.
I get. You know what? this would be a beautiful place for it. And he sort of like takes the mirror from you, and behind the counter there's like a sort of an empty space between some cabinets on the wall, and he says, look, this would look really nice, wouldn't it?
How visible is it?
Very. But at the same time, you figure that Morgana will be able to see everything as well.
Yeah.
That's very. Oh wait, maybe yeah, that's good. No, yeah. If they can see you, you can see them. Yeah, that's good. That's a perfect place, Flynn. You are wonderful.
Okay, well, I have someone attached to it. That's a nice gift, Mr. Pins. Or, I suppose, a loaned object.
Let's call it a decoration for your shop because I am such a good friend and I care about you.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
I think I heard Gav talk about wanting to come over here and get some supplies from you at some point. So I might be back with them and the rest. For now, I think I'm gonna have to go run and talk to some masters. Yeah, I have to talk to some masters. All right, it was great seeing you again, Flynn.
And he hops his leg and then runs up.
Bye.
You got rid of that energy. And you see him sort of struggling with the mirror, looking how it's straight, and he calls for one of the men outside who are preparing the front of the shop
20
to help him.
seconds later, Pins runs
Yeah.
back in.
Bye, Seamus.
Okay.
Then he runs right back out.
Same as just a little wave. Okay, Clang, what are you doing? So I'm gonna say at this point, you guys all find each other. Clang has fallen asleep. So you guys can finish off your final things for the day, and then we can move on to the next day. So just for the sake of moving things along a little.
Well,
Pins,
Brief nap,
After-
and then he's back up and running.
okay, so Pins, after an hour, you pick up your very beautiful hand crossbow. Like I said, it's a silvered hand crossbow repeater. Oh yeah, it has a +2 on damage because
Wow,
of the,
Damn,
s-
son.
yeah, because of the skill of the blacksmith. So you can add like +2 to your damage on that.
Right. What does she call it?
She didn't give it a name. That's up to you. But she did tell you, here's your silver death weapon.
It's like death, only with silver.
So you have your beautifully, these mushrooms, like I said, with all these spores coming out, and it just looks marvelous. So you have that. You find a trainer. Since you are also under the effect of coffee, but you only have half a day left, you get me to roll 2 athletics. Like, let me actually check because you're using a crossbow. Roll me
Perception, because I'm aiming.
you want it based on dex. So just roll me acrobatics twice.
Right. Is this with advantage or not?
Yes, because you're drinking the coffee and you're using your own weapon for training, for trying to learn how to wield it.
Yeah, pew-pew.
14 and 25. Okay. You're 14. You're doing pretty good. Your trainer, she is impatient. She teaches you very well, but she doesn't look like a woman who has a lot of patience for people without talent. Which 25 though, she seems to become a lot kinder to you. And as you show a lot of progress, she actually smiles a little and she teaches you some little secrets that help you just get the extra shot in. How to use the repeater property. She is teaching you how to do it most effectively, and you get a lot of that done. A lot of that understanding done. If you manage to crit or get like over a certain threshold tomorrow, you will also be able to finish it in 2 days. Otherwise, you'll have to spend a third. So that is what you're doing. You spend the rest of the day, the afternoon to the evening, training. Klang and Gavolkov, what are you two doing?
As a minor thing, I would probably also run into Gvorkov if you want to just
Sure,
do
sure.
anything about that during their segment.
Yeah, Gavorka was looking for pins after talking to Klang. And so upon finding him, he'll say, Pins! Pins! I need 500 gold so we can purchase Grey Tooth so nobody else buys him.
What? Did you say you want to go purchase Grey Tooth?
Yeah, don't you want to keep Grey Tooth?
I do want to keep Grey Tooth. He is such a big fluffy gut.
Exactly. So before somebody else buys him, we need to buy him, but he costs 500 and I don't have enough.
I think I have enough.
He will just drop 50 platinum. 50 platinum on you.
All right, thanks. Bye. And he runs off.
Bye.
He's counting in his head the minutes that he might be late at this point as he runs towards Versus
Actually, he
stable.
has double speed. He runs after you and he hugs you.
Thank you so much.
And he runs back.
He will head back to the stable master. Okay. So he'll head towards the stable master. And he'll say, okay, yeah. Apologies. It's been quite an ordeal. I had to retrieve this from my own private savings, but I've got it all.
Yeah,
So
a suggestion.
Yes, you suggestion?
Why not? Open an account.
Well, as I said, these were my private holdings I keep physically. Just in case for emergencies, and this is such a time for an emergency.
Well, of course, that's what the accounts are for. You physically store it, you can pull it out, you can swap it around.
No. I guess I shouldn't stick with the old school anymore. Yeah,
I
have a
understand
point.
you must be from a small town, but someone as wealthy as you, I'm somewhat surprised. But if you'd go to the innkeeper, any innkeeper can, create you an account accessible to only you.
I'll make sure to head there right after. Thank you.
Right?
However, I have your payment. Now, we were talking about 3,000 for the Void Beast, as well as 300 for it to be entirely, for its harnesses and everything to be equipped upon it.
Of course.
And I am still thinking of buying Grey Tooth from you. Now,
Of course.
I thought with such vast purchases, maybe we can come to a sort of deal.
He sighs a little. He looks at you. What is your proposal?
What do you say to 3,200 for all?
It'll be instead of
34.20.
3,500.
34.20 would be the total with the 10% discount. Instead, 3,200.
I'll part with him for, and all the other purchases 33.
33. We'll do 33.
All right. He shakes your hand.
He shakes his as well. Okay.
If you
Now,
would follow me to my office.
there was a contract to sign, and he will follow
Of
him.
course. So you get to a rather nice office, actually. And he gets to a desk. He offers you to sit in this really sort of comfy leather chair. Takes out a contract. It's a basic contract. It just basically binds you to taking proper care of the animal, or the animal will be retrieved from you if it's severely mistreated. And mistreated means, not feeding it, torturing it, causing it like purposeful harm,
Intentionally
things
being
like
a
that.
bad owner.
Mhm.
Yeah, being just a fucking asshole, really. And he gets you to sign the contract.
He'll sign it.
All right. Same thing happens. There's a sigil at the bottom of the contract, and it appears on your wrist. And he says, "Yeah, if you don't want a whole lot of those during the course of some time signing contracts, you definitely want an account."
I will be heading there soon after. Well, right after,
right.
to be honest.
So he says, "Well, contract's done. You have your copy right there." He takes the contract and puts it in his drawer, locks it with it seems like double locks, and he leads you out of the office again, back to where the void beast is, and he puts a lead on the void beast, and he takes it out, and it seems to be really docile with the stable master, but it snaps at you. And he takes you to this large open space outside that looks to be some kind of training ground. And he spends an hour with you, really slowly getting this pound cat to accept your scent, accept your voice, all these kind of things. And at the end of it, he gives you a little whistle. It's a silver whistle that has the likeness of this void beast, a relief of that in it, or like an embossment more.
Gotcha. Okay.
And he says that the void beast, this whistle is specifically has a sound that this specific void beast responds to. And it has not yet given a name. It's magically sealed.
Mhm.
And the moment you give it a name, the seal will break, and that's the name you'll respond to.
Okay. I will think of a name then.
Yeah. So you can wait for that. For now, it will just follow your simple commands. The moment you give it a name, you will have access to its abilities.
Okay. Cool. Okay. Okay. So yeah.
Nice.
For now, I'm gonna keep it without a name because I need to think of it. Because I'm really bad, so I take hours.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's fine. But I will give you access to the sheet. So this is for everyone. We also.
Oh shit. Okay.
So,
Alpha Void Beast mount. Ooh wee. Let me get that bigger look up here for the audience here.
So you guys should have access to this right now and be able to control it.
Them's a big little kid.
There's a big dog.
And it has similar saddle like the pounce cats have. So
Okay.
since you guys are very small, 2 can sit in the saddle, 1 could possibly sit in the back.
Okay.
But each of you now, or 2 of you have a pounce cat. So you both owe Snow, Greytooth, and
To be named.
the Void Beast.
Cecil.
Okay. So, he will then head off towards an inn and make an account. Does it? Guess we'll find out when that happens. But that's what he does. Oh, now I need to do some math. Yeah. So I don't know if you're gonna move on to anybody else while he just walks towards the inn.
Yeah, sorry, just had to change something.
No worries.
Okay, yeah. So you can look over. It has some strange mechanics. So I would read at least the Void Pool and the Eternal passives it has.
Oh, I'm definitely gonna be reading through this. Don't worry.
Yeah. Okay. So Clang, is there something specific you still want to do at the end of the day?
There is one thing I would like to do here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure that I look very strange even by these pink-skinned standards here.
You look interesting. That's definitely. Most people think you're part
That's
of
a
the Little
nice way.
Scouts.
That's a nice way of saying, "Holy fuck, he's looking strange." No,
But most of them, when they see you, they sort of wave at you, and you hear the word "Little Scout." Oh, hello, Little Scout. Or do you have some cookies? Strangely.
and of course he'll hand off cookies if asked, but
They give you a whole gold piece for a cookie. But they seem to be surprised that you.
gold.
Yeah, seem to be surprised that you sell them per piece. But as they taste really good, most of them sort of kind of shrug their shoulders and just hand you a gold piece. Seems to be sort of like a going strange rate for stout cookies.
Oh dear fucking lord! I don't even look like the Boy Scout, or I'm sorry, I guess I look more like the Girl Scouts here. But I was gonna go ahead and say, I probably need some better duds here. More specifically, I think I need more than a little Red Riding Hood outfit here. I kind of want to see. I kind of want to see what. Actually, if I remember correctly, Gav spent a small fortune to get himself some duds here, whereas I spent a small fortune to get a couple of new weapons.
True.
I actually would like to go ahead and see what the
Finally?
sorry. Yeah, I would like to see if there's anything that, if there's any sort of clothing that I could get to make myself look a little less, conspicuous here.
All right.
Make myself look something a little bit more like a proper halfling.
Of course.
Apparently just at the smaller side for a dwarf here and the taller side for a halfling. So I think I'm kind of right there in between. But
definitely. So you go to let's see.
What was the name of that place here that Gav went?
Finley's. Let me see. So I have to make it hard for myself, of course.
Yeah, well,
Finley's Fabulous Fashions for Upper Class Ladies and Gentle Sirs. That is the title of the shop. You go there and you see that same man. You see him over here. Finley, this really kind of pale-skinned, very tall elf with really light blonde hair, long over his back, is wearing a very fashionable looking outfit, piercing blue eyes, looks at you. Yes, can I help you?
Yes, I think it's I've had to make do with things on my travels as of late. I was hoping to at the very least get a proper set of clothing.
Okay. Are you under the blessing of Lady Grey? I apologize. I see. Another one. Fine. I'll work with you. What can I do for you?
Well,
Give me your wildest imagination and I'll make it true.
well, I may tend to wear a bit of armor here to better protect myself here. I do want to look a little bit more, well, less conspicuous. More so just to be taken seriously by the other adventurers under Lady Grey.
I see.
Would you perhaps, and he's actually been taking pretty good care of the pauldrons. He'll
Mhm.
unhook one of them and display it. Would you happen to have anything that matches this color?
Oh, may I? As he sort of reaches out for it.
He will. It's probably the only thing on him that actually shines that isn't shabby.
Mm-hmm. He takes it and he says, "This is beautiful. I wouldn't pry, but curious as to where you got it. Interesting.
It is a very old heirloom that was passed down to me. It wasn't in my family, per se, but it was a good friend of the family's.
Must have been.
Thinking back to the blacksmith that he stole it from.
Yeah. This reminds me of something. What was it?
I believe it's a replica of one from an ancient warrior. Joshimir, I believe he was called.
He looks it over and he says, "No, my good sir, this is not a replica. I would be delighted to work with you." He says, "I have grand ideas for you. I think that, it would take me a little while, but if you would allow me, I could go to the library, request Lady Grey to see the old knights of Clear Lake and, well, the old knights of House Grey. And I think there should be at least an image of the rest of Sir Joshimir's armor. I could fashion you something to the like of it."
That is more than I'd be. That sounds like it would be more than I could afford at the moment, my good sir. How much would you charge for something like that?
It would cost me, well, if you would allow me to go all out on it. Make the armor not impeding for you, make it lightweight, some of the gems. It's gonna cost me around 900 to do so, to finish it off. It would include, of course, the entirety of the armor.
I was just hoping for clothes. He's gonna replicate the entire armor.
Yeah, at least how it looks, yeah.
Oh dear fucking lord. You needn't. Far be it for me to prevent an artisan such as yourself to to be limited.
I'd
But I wouldn't-
appreciate it. I'm afraid it would take me quite some time, at least. Maybe about a week or so, if that is possible.
A week or so for that outfit. I do
You can,
have.
of course, pay me after, if you're not. Well, if you're not happy with it, I will make you something else.
If he's already doing sketch designs of it here, and if I can peer over those.
Yeah, he will. He has a little folder that that he had also with Govorkov. He opens it and he makes a really quick sketch, really deftly, but kind of very accurate to your actual body. It's almost as if you can see through your disguise in your clothes. And he draws the armor on it. You see that he puts the pauldrons on it with shading, like very accurately. And you see that he makes sort of like a matching chest piece and greaves, everything, even a helmet to sort of fit with the pauldrons.
You realize I'm gonna have to update Kling's picture if we actually do this.
Yeah.
I have no problems with that, though. Well, I shall definitely need to come up with a bit more here. But I do have a mission from Lady. Wait, we did have a mission from Grey, didn't we?
Yeah, you did.
Okay, we do have a mission. We do have a mission that may take us out for at the very least a week here, possibly more. I can more than likely pay for this at that time. Yes.
That works for me, sir. I'd be delighted to work on this, and I sure hope you'll love it. And if not, then we'll work on something else.
Of course, honestly, it sounds, and it from just the initial sketch, my good sir, it's incredible.
You see, do me perception.
And to know that it is a relic that I have in front of me instead of just a replica.
You should count yourself blessed, and I do hope that you will find the rest of this, whatever is left of it. I heard that if you combine all these pieces together, something magical will happen.
That is indeed a very, very. That is a legend that I did not think in my lifetime I would ever have to fulfill, but it's seeming to be an inevitability. There is a slight.
Yes, sorry.
There is a slight pull every so often when I'm attending to these, making sure that they're properly upkept. I wonder.
I would listen to those. Who knows? It may lead you to the rest of it.
I shall.
If you would indulge me, I would love to hear if you updated more pieces, and I would love to see if I can help you improve them.
Of course. And I am not telling him about the Titan's sword.
Yeah. So with your 16 perception, you see that as he's talking to you, he draws a little circle with nice like embossing, like seems to be some kind of metal. How he's shading it in the chest piece, in the center of the chest piece, basically kind of where you're right in the middle. Your heart's not exactly in the middle, but the center of your chest. Looks to you very similar to the slot that's in your sword.
Are you thinking of making this an augmented armor?
Yes, for 900 gold, of course. If I go all out, I would like to try my best.
If you go all out and include even that, this would be something worthy to be worn amongst even the most finest of galas.
You flatter me. Well, sir, in the meantime, allow me to borrow you something that I've been working on. And he sort of like claps his hands like next to his head, and three kind of strange creatures, a bit taller than you, almost your size, women with kind of like really high cheekbones, really slim chins, and really long arms and legs. They remind you a little bit of like pixies, but just they're way too big and they have no wings. They come out, they don't seem to talk, but he seems to sort of mentally communicate with them. They look you over, like take some measurements, run back to behind the curtain in the back of the store, and they come back. And as a little outfit seems to be very dashing looking suit, something that you've seen the people in this area wearing. It's not. It's definitely very fashionable and nice. Everything that Finley makes is nice, but it's definitely something he has made on the side. It's maybe something that he tried new things after Gavorka visited him, things in different sizes. But it seems to be something.
Tiniest.
yeah, Kavolk of Stynia, but the women that took your measurements comes back. It's in your size, and
Oh.
this is a very deep green, a dark green suit.
Incredible. Dark green suit, you say?
Yeah, it has sort of like a deep green overcoat, a little vest
this-
under it. Yeah.
Does this look like it would be able to fit over, say, chainmail?
You touch it and he says, let me help you. And he sort of like moves the clothing around you and it seems to sort of magically go over you, almost like a glamour. And it's as he does that, as he makes that turn with the cloth around your body, he has the Riding Hood outfit in his hand and you are now wearing this suit. He says, don't worry about the glamour, it's still working. And you understand that he is talking about hiding your goblin facade. Seems to you, and he hands you your bundle with folded clothes, the Riding Hood clothes.
Your perception, good sir, is far greater than I had imagined.
Well, it is my job to see through. He says, but no worries, you are under Lady Grey's protection, and my lips are sealed.
Either way. And he'll actually, if there's a mirror nearby that he can pose in front of, he's actually
Yes, there's a round platform that is that has all these mirrors all the way, like halfway through the entire platform. You can stand on it, and it also slowly turns if you want to. You can see yourself from all angles.
gonna. Well, at the very least, he doesn't look like he has pigtails anymore.
No, you look very fancy.
If he looks like a decent halfling here, then that's gonna be more or less what he's gonna be happy with.
Yeah.
He'll actually you'll see him move around a little bit here, and then give a satisfied nod. For the suit, how much, my good sir?
Yes, it is one of my works that wasn't quite to my satisfaction. And as you're letting me go all out on his armor, it is on me.
He's okay. Above game, I am flattered by this gentleman, but in game, Kling will look at him with a slightly raised eyebrow.
He says,
Then at the very least, my good sir, permit me this, and he will. Granted, the flask may have been emptied here, but he would have refilled it with his water skin here that is filled with alcohol.
mm-hmm.
At the very least, permit me to, and he'll pull out his flask, offer you a drink.
What be, sir? Don't want to insult you, but I've quite the distinguished taste. And he claps again, and these women sort of like, they dash around the corner, they come back, and there's these really beautiful sort of glass chalices. The feet are silver and they're wrought, kind of very similar to what you see in the Blue Spruce Inn, with roses and stuff. And he says, one for you, one for me.
Of course. Now I'm told that it is a dwarven brew, but I've not had the like of it before. It is a very high quality, and he'll pour some into the proprietor's goblet, and he'll pour some into his, probably a little bit more into his to offset the coffee.
You see this really deep, golden, almost orangey color as it swirls through the glass. And there's a nice kind of bubble in it. And he takes a sip and says, oh, but this is delicious. There's no way this is dwarven make. It's certainly elvish. He sniffs it. It's delicious.
If I honestly had to guess, it was probably a collaborative effort. The Blacksmith more than likely just wanted to claim dwarfish heritage.
He laughs. Of course he would. But this, my man, this is something only a refined gentleman would have on it. Where did you get it?
It was on a mission for Lady Grey. Apparently, a scoundrel had quite the load of it here. Unfortunately, we could not bring all of it back.
If I were you, I would come back sometime. This could net you a fortune. It's delicious. Well, I greatly appreciate it.
If Lady Grey would ever grace us with a mission out that way again, though I would want to wait for the trolls to finish their migration.
Oh, the migration. Isn't it awful? It always brings a big break in the guests we bring over, and life can get so droll, can't it?
And for those so tiny, oh, my friend, they're even more huge to me. And heavens knows what my good friend here, you've likely met him. He had a wonderful suit, which I can only assume came from this establishment.
Ah, it must have been Gavorkov. I loved working on that. It was delighted. After such a long time of all the boring fashions these days, they won't let you do what you want. Like, my insight and my artistic views are wasted on these aristocrats. But this is gonna give me much satisfaction as he pats on the sketches.
I look forward to seeing the finished product. He has to stop every so often to figure out which words he has to use.
Yeah, he just figures you might have become a little tipsy, but so you guys talk for a little bit, and he thoroughly enjoys the gift of the drink with you. And after a while, you leave.
I now have to make Gavorkov look like that in the sketch I'm doing, buddy.
Yeah, that is what Gavorkov looks like right now. Only, of course, he's green. But that is his little outfit. In that size. So you also, at the end of the day, make your, well, depends what you want to do. It's at this point late in the evening. Pins, roll me another. No, wait, you already did your doubles. Sorry. Pins, you are done with training. You are beat. You're tired. Your hands have blisters. Every finger has some kind of cut on it. And Gavorkov, you spent an hour with this void beast. You also eventually make your way back to the Blue Spruce Inn, where you all gather up and meet. Where the moment you come in, the proprietor bows deeply, and he leads you to it. He asks you if you guys would like to have dinner. If you do, he leads you to a table where he will take your orders. Otherwise, you can also make your way up the room instead.
Special of the day, my good sir.
All right.
And of course, I'm looking much more dapper.
Well, Clang.
Yeah.
Clang. Looking real nice now, we see.
And this old thing here.
This old
piece.
thing. New Garves has got you quite risen up your station, it seems.
He'll. I'm guessing that the pauldrons are not hidden anymore.
The pauldrons are not. That depends. If you want them hidden, they'll be hidden. If you want them to show, they show.
I'm gonna go ahead and say they're likely gonna show over them because I picture them being a little bit bigger than his own shoulders here.
Yeah, it's just a glamour. So it's a real fabric, but it's like a glamour that sort of hides everything under you. So it can definitely hide, like it has a magic on it, your pauldrons. But since your pauldrons are very fancy, you might just want to show them.
Yeah, I'll just have him out for show here.
Yeah.
But he'll go ahead and tap his pauldron and just simply say, "The same person who gave me this." The same person who gave me this suit is going to be working on a complimentary piece for this.
Oh. Is it gonna be powerful and magical too? Or
He'll try to remember it. He'll try to remember everything from it here. He's just gonna say it's going to be worth 900 gold. It had better be worth it here, from what I can see, from what I can remember. And he'll think about it for a second here, and then switch into Goblin. He's gonna have this little thing in here for the augments.
and I guess that works really well actually, considering because you went to the same person I went to, right? The
Ah, yeah.
giant elf. Yeah,
I know. He's. I wouldn't even call him a pinky skin here.
he's a pointed eared.
Yeah, he's a pointy ear.
Yeah.
But he's real good, real nice. Souls through everything.
Yeah. I've been getting so many looks after I left that place, and not looks of ew, gross. What is that?
Really?
Yeah.
Not looks so gross.
No more of those looks.
Oh, well, I didn't notice anything on the way. He's always over here. Hey, Benz, is you okay?
What was my monster's name?
Your what's name?
Your
trainers.
masters, I think.
His trainer, master.
Your master's name is Anne. Anne.
And she totally wiped me out. I need more of the black stuff. I'm so.
Right. Roll me a con save because yours is going to run out. It's about an entire day now. So roll me a con save.
Oh, I want to see this.
Oh no. Okay. Roll me a 2d4.
I'm curious. Is this
A
head
7.
banging against us? This is head banging against table, isn't it?
You become lethargic with a strong craving for this brew. And for the next 7 hours, you have a -10 speed penalty and a -1 to attack rolls. Drinking another one of these brews immediately dispels the lethargy. And after 7 hours, the craving for the brew also subsides. But for the next 7 hours, that is your penalty right now.
I need more of that gaff. I don't know what
Yeah?
Flynn called it. I think he said gaff.
What? Oh,
I'm
you're not.
tired.
It's
Well-
kind of slumped on the couch.
Listen,
You know, I was training with this Ann person and she totally wiped me out. You look very dapper, Clank.
Of course. It was that pointy-eared over at the fancy place. Yeah, he fixed me up with this here.
I don't know why you guys don't want to look like all these pink skins.
no. Well, at least for me, I look better than the pink skins.
I guess that's a goal.
I think, yeah. In fact, I think Gav here is actually much more fancy than me.
And then when Clang gets his outfit, he's gonna look better than the pink skins too. Speaking
I
of
don't
which,
know if I want to look better. I don't really want to be very
I wanna make
conspicuous.
I want to make the pink skins envious of me.
conspicuous. Listen, Pins, we're like a quarter of everybody's size. We're always gonna stand out.
Or get stepped on.
Yeah,
Right.
In the case of Gav, get stepped on.
yeah, because I'm a fifth. Yeah.
Anyway, did anyone pick up the frosty loot from Flynn?
No, she's still working there. She's gonna be working there while we're in town.
Alright.
But Speaking of outfits and probably money you're gonna spend, he pulls out two pouches, one smaller than the other, one bigger than the other. He tosses the small one towards Pins. I you kind of gave me a little bit too much. That's yours. There's 50 gold pieces in there. And Clang, this is the first payment to start paying you back. There's 120 pieces in yours, gold pieces.
Oh, 120.
So 120 to you, and then 50 to Pins.
Why do I have this?
Well, this is from the money you gave me for Great Tooth.
Alright.
I
You're
gotta
such
look.
a good friend, Gav. You got me great too. Oh, you didn't have to do that. Oh wait, I paid for it.
Yeah, you paid for it. I just got us a good deal, so that you didn't pay full price for it.
I didn't know.
You're such a good friend, Gav. You got us a discount. You're the best. I really love that cat.
As you guys are talking amongst yourself, this server girl comes to the table. She has like this really, she has 3 large silver platters that she's like one by one setting in front of you. She says like, this is a special the cook is preparing for the Moon Festival, and as a complimentary tasting, something a lot of people pay for to see the recipes for the week coming up. But as your special guests of Lady Grey, this complimentary dish is made for all of you. I hope you enjoy your pickled moss hens. And so she leaves, and they are like very large. You recognize this dish. It looks a little similar to Munchie's dish, pickled hands, that you've eaten.
Oh.
But these are from some kind of large creature. You don't know what it is. Must be some kind of beast. It only has 3 fingers, but they're very large.
Out of curiosity.
Kind of like a
trolls
boar leg
would be-
almost.
Oh, I was about to say, the trolls that we encountered, even a small one, did they have 3 fingers or do they have more?
They have more fingers, but also their hands would probably be as big as the entire table. But they are very large, kind of sort of 300, kind of beast hand. Smells really good. The wrist is sliced in sort of ribbons, and you can see that inside it's stuffed with all kinds of mushrooms and fruits, and it has some kind of gravy on it. It has some kind of like sweet potatoes with it. But if you guys do eat it, you do get the stats of the
Pickled hand.
yes, you do.
Pins is going to take the silver bell and gives it a single poke.
The silver bell from the room.
Oh no!
A question, by the way.
I am-
Are you guys downstairs in the in the
I-
dining area, or are you guys in the bedroom?
I thought we
I was-
were in the dining area.
All right,
We
if
were
we're
in the dining area. What?
We're in the dining area, then
Yeah.
he'll
Are you?
he'll wave over a waiter, I guess.
Yeah, the girl comes back to the table.
Do you have more of that black cough stuff that you got us in the morning?
Oh dear, no.
Oh, do you mean the ice cream cafe?
Yeah, I think so.
I'll ask the chef. That was also a house special, usually made once a week. But I will ask for you. I'll be right back.
And she, Clang, she looks at you and she says,
You look very handsome today, sir.
and she does a little courtesy and walks to the kitchen.
Ah, dear Lord, no. Clang doesn't want a relationship. No.
Oh, look at this. First it's Gav, now it's Clang.
Hey, don't look at me. I don't like these here pink skins here.
We're gonna mingling with all the pink skins now.
Gavy's doing. And this is all in Goblin, by the way.
Well, we were talking about expanding. We weren't discussing this.
Okay. At most, if I was gonna go after a tall person, it'd be an orc because they's green.
Yeah, makes sense.
I ain't gonna be going after no pinky. That has weird tastes.
They're pretty weird.
And I'm not going after pinkies either. Especially not
Ah,
after
so
that
you
necklace
look at
nightmare.
That fancy lady.
No, that's just
I,
for business.
every
Right.
time I see you go off with them ladies, I'm always thinking gross.
Well,
Teach
yeah,
freaking
that's-
snobs.
That's what I think too. I think gross. Then I think back to Mesmer. We're like, no, that's not gross.
Yeah.
Yeah, or Klaus.
So, she comes back to you, Pins, and she says, "Very sorry to inform you that we have no more ice cream cafe, but there will definitely be some next week again if you would like to reserve it."
What about just the black stuff?
Well, sure, we have just the black stuff.
I'll have some of that.
Okay.
Oh dear.
And she
Oh,
goes
good
back.
job,
please,
Nora.
could you please also get a cinnamon bun for my little rose here?
Oh, we have those. Yeah, the bakery has left us a book. And she, after some time, she comes back with a cup of coffee, black, and she asks, "Would you like to sweeten it or some milk?"
You can put stuff in it? Is this some kind of alchemy?
Yes.
Alright then.
Please forgive me.
Uh, she pours a little milk, like a little cloud of milk in your coffee, and a little bit of these crystallized bulbs, like sugars. She says, "I hope you enjoy it." She stirs it for you.
The foxberry's
and,
nearby. He's gonna get a flameberry here.
and she and she has a little a really little plate, small plate, with a cinnamon on it, and she does a little bow and she walks away.
Oh, did you see that, Gaff? She can do magic too. It turned muddy brown.
That's.
Looks far more appetizing, honestly. It looks like it has the consistency of mud.
You don't look at it too much as mine.
And he drinks it.
No, I think I've had enough of that for one day.
Oh, God, that is so sweet. I like it.
It's very sweet. It's very nice. You do feel a lot of energy after like about 10 minutes or so. It's not quite the same as the coffee you had in the morning, but it definitely tastes good.
Just a little bit. Take the edge off. Just a little bit.
Oh dear lord, he's become a caffeine addict.
We're reflecting real life too much.
Oh god, too real.
Oh, okay. So after dinner, you guys can make your way up your room.
Yep.
Unless you want to do anything else, you have a really nice nice night of sleep.
Gav
Yeah.
does need to open up a bank account.
Right. Before you go to bed, you got.
Well, I
I'm
was
so
gonna
sorry,
go-
I'm chewing something.
Yeah, fine. He would stop Gavin. Hey, Gav, where's you going for?
Apparently there's something called the bank. That is where you can put your money away and make paying
account.
people easier.
Makes paying it easier. Huh. Was it? And yeah, you don't. Does you have to worry about anybody steals in it?
Why would you put any money on a bunch of sand?
What? What did you say? Why would you put any money on a bunch of what?
He's thinking about the sand bank. He doesn't know the concept of a bank.
Oh. No, it seems to be a place where they just store your money, and I think it's secure because all the rich people use it, and rich people, they don't want to get stolen.
Oh yeah, I think I saw something very secure in the inn.
Yeah, it
Back
might
of
be
the
that
inn.
thing.
So, curiously, you may follow Gav, and the proprietor is behind the counter, and you ask him.
Evening, my good sir. I was hoping to open up an account. A bank account.
An account. Bank account? Well, we just have accounts for storing money.
Yes.
Of course. Would you like a sigil as well? A contact sigil?
And what does that do for me exactly?
Well, you'll be able to give out your sigil, and you can assign a certain number of times that someone could message you, and you can respond to them.
Is there any extra cost to that?
No, sir, it's all just part of the package. Depends on, what sections you want activated, yes or no?
Is there any cost to opening up an account?
Of course, 100 gold pieces.
Uh, he looks down at his 59 gold.
Well,
I see. Very well.
hopefully, Halfling and Goblin are fairly close together here, because I don't know if this guy's gonna understand it or not. He's just gonna say, "Gav, seriously, you trying to open up money accounts here without having any monies?"
I didn't realize it'd be so expensive.
You ain't money again. Here's the 50 gold you gave me back.
No, it's fine.
No, it's already here. You already packaged it. Now it's up in a little pouch.
Sirs, excuse me, the dialect you're speaking is not one I quite understand. Are you opening this on Lady Grey's account, on Lady Grey's tab?
No.
No. There's just some matter of one of our members here not being as fiscally responsible as the rest of us. Tell you what, good sir, I will open an account for the lot of us here. Not a singular account. 3 accounts. I will pay for for all 3 of them.
Of course, sir. Would all 3 of you like a sigil? A contact sigil?
I think that would be a good idea.
Indeed.
I'm starting to get a lot of sigils here. They're not gonna overlap, are they?
Smack him in the back of the head.
And he looks at you. Are you talking about contract sigils, sir? That's okay. Those will disappear and will be added to your account instead, so you can keep track of them.
Of course.
That's handy.
Of course.
Stop hitting me!
And he punches him back.
Doesn't feel a thing.
Sirs, let's please be civil.
Forgive me.
You started me, you saw it.
We have been on the road for a while. Bad habits and all that.
He takes you like through this that sort of hidden door pins that you've been through, and he takes you to one of the side passage that also seemed like a wall, but actually is also a door through this marbled hallway. And there's an office, and he sits you all down, and he activates some kind of magic. He fills in some kind of like information in a script that you do not understand. And he hands each of you a contract. In it, it shows details of you have to fill in your name. There is like an image similar to you. At this point, what is projected in the image is what you look like with your glamour. But you see that as you're shifting, the image changes. So you can fill in your name right there. You guys each see like a sigil, and that is generated. Each is unique. And he says, "Would you like me to explain the workings of it?"
It would be best if you explained it. He will point to Gav. To him, he will know how best to educate. And he'll points to himself and to Pins.
Of course. So he focuses on Gvorkov and he says, so when you just think of it, and he sort of like turns his hand with the back to the top and then to the bottom, the back of his hand, very similar to how Lady Grey sort of activates the mapper, or how Jeeves activated the mapper. And this little colored, kind of liquid glass, almost kind of watery, very crystal clear orb, sort of floats in the air before you. And he says, you can activate all these kinds of things that you decide to activate on the orb. So, for instance, locations, maps, inventory. You can always upgrade inventory space in here. There is a very limited amount with the standard package, but of course you can upgrade your inventory space in here. And this also is unique to your own person. You are the only one that can activate this sphere that holds your information, that holds all your gold. So you don't have to carry it around when you're traveling or obtaining a large amount of it. No one wants to run around with 6 kilos of copper. And also, of course, it can be quickly converted in any other type of currency. So from copper to silver or platinum or the other way around, whichever you please.
Excellent.
So basically,
excellent.
this sphere,
Mhm.
you can summon it by thinking of it and sort of moving your hand. It will appear in front of you. It holds your information, and it holds any kind of currency that you pick up, absorbs in there. You can physically take it out if you want, or it's also connected to a network of spheres that if you go to a shop, money will, or gold will
Mhm.
automatically be subtracted from there once you give your okay, basically, for certain amounts. So a lot of people find it a lot safer to not run around with 1,200 gold pieces in their pockets, but there is a limitation to how much you can keep in there. So at the moment, you guys can have a total of 3,000 gold pieces in coins. So the
And
value of 3,000 gold pieces
does he
you
tell
can
us
hold in the sphere.
how much it costs to upgrade to the next tier?
Yeah, when you ask him, an upgrade will cost you 500, which
Okay.
doubles the increase of gold inventory, but also adds the inventory of a normal backpack to the sphere. So you can
Oh, so it
actually
becomes
save
okay.
weapons and items in there. Yeah.
Damn.
Very
Okay.
nice.
So Gav will explain all of this to the others in simple terms. It's basically storage. You put your money in there and you can pull it out whenever you want, or you can just say, "Okay, I'll pay you now," and then the thing does it by itself for you. But nobody can open it unless you let them, and only you can see what's in there. However, you can only store like 3,000 gold right now. You have to pay more if you want to store more.
I don't know that number.
It's a lot for the moment.
Oh, okay. So it's free a lot. Gotcha.
Yes.
Thank you very much, my good sir. Thank you very good, much good, my good sir. And and Kling will finish signing off his contract.
Of course. Now, if you have any more questions, you can always activate your sphere and ask it for information.
I'm sure this is a basic question, and do forgive me, but I once spoke to the stable master, and he asked me if I could give him my scry number, and I'm afraid I was at a loss. Do you know what that would be? What?
Yeah, that's a slip up on my part. It's just your sigil, your personal sigil.
Ah, okay. As he begins the question, it says, actually, Yuri explained it. Sorry.
So you can give out your sigil to a person. You can activate your sigil on a piece of paper or whatever. You can give it to a person, and you can add a certain number to it. So that means that that person can tap that sigil a certain amount of times before it loses its power. So if someone cannot endlessly contact you, you can give them like a single use sigil or triple use sigil. But up till now, you have a sigil that can only go up to 3, unless you upgrade to the next package.
And this is just like a message, right? Like the message spell.
Yeah, this is like the
Okay.
message spell. Yeah.
So this is Gavorkov realizes this is basically what Lady Helena did.
Yes.
Okay. Would he be able to tell how many uses Helena's has?
If you look over the paper, you'll see that that in the sigil there is these symbols, and one of them represents the number 3.
So 3 times he could do it.
Yeah.
Which he already did it. Okay. He's basically used it all up already. Gotcha.
Likely she's only given an allowance.
Or she just doesn't want to bother her too much. Who knows?
I mean, he already spammed her constantly. He's like, well, guess he used it all up, boy.
Yeah. But yeah, you can. So you have those sigils that you can give out to for people to contact you. You can. You also know, like after you leave, you signed your contract. You find that sigil of your contract for your account is also in the sphere. You also pins your sigil from your wrist disappears. And is now locked in the sphere where you can access it to see what kind of contracts you have. Also, there is a section, and it's called, because you have the contract for it, there's a section in your sphere when you open it, and it says right of call. And under it are 3 missions, as you can actually see the mission board for Clear Lake in there, because you have the right to call, and you and you have the notice board, and before this goes up before these missions go up on a permanent thing, every public notice board thing will come up in your call to arm, right to call, and so right now you see Garth Hilrod, Living Tomb Escort, Clear Lake, the Honeysuckle Winery, and from Clear Lake, Sheep Hooligans Beware. Those are the 3 quests that also pop up on your sphere.
Well. All right.
So after that, you make your way to the room. You have another wonderful sleep, with a little interruption. So roll me a perception for anyone to actually notice.
Oh dear Lord. So Kling's a heavy sleeper, so you know what? Fuck it. Let's find out. Yeah, yeah.
I shall roll with advantage because I can do that.
And you're probably still awake from the caffeine.
That is a good point. Vince, you start dreaming about some kind of annoying noise. An annoying noise that slowly but surely is waking you up. And as you wake up and you're drowsy and you look with your dark vision eyes through this grey-scaled room, you hear a soft tapping on the window and you think, we're on the 3rd fucking floor, who's tapping on my window?
This is what I get for not leaving the window open for some fresh air. Birds want to come in.
I'll go check.
You remember Kling is the one that closed the window. Fuck Kling.
You open the window and you'll hear a little voice. Night Clang! Night
decent night. Ah! You're not the knight there.
Oh,
It's the
my
little
pins!
lady.
You're there!
And you look over the edge, and you see her hanging from the rose bushes that grow all over the side of this inn.
Oh, good lord.
Um, and she is kind of in her nightgown, but she has like these leather boots on and gloves on, and she says,
My pins. I asked my aunt if I could come with you next time, but she says that I won't be able to go anywhere unless I'm finally cured. But I thought, if you take this with you,
and she sort of like it takes one hand off the bush, and you see she's kind of swings a little, and and she hands you sort of this orb, and she says,
if you keep that with you, then I can watch your adventures.
Then I can watch your adventures, he said.
yeah.
All right.
Oh, good lord.
He's gonna let her reach out for like another 2 seconds to see if she can hold her balance before he takes it.
Yeah, and she gives it to you, and she is like, you see like her eyes are shining with joy as you take it, and she says,
Okay, well, don't tell anyone I was here.
and she slowly starts
Well, of
climbing
course
down.
not. Ooh. You know, you're really good at
Yeah,
that.
I
I should
know.
probably learn from you.
Yeah.
Next time you can teach me. Next time maybe you can come along.
Okay. Bye, night prince.
And she disappears into the dark, really surprisingly quietly, actually, and very speedy, running off until she disappears onto the
If
street.
Clang ever dies, I'm gonna hire her instead.
Yeah, fuck you, Pins.
And as you hold this spear, it does kind of that similar thing that happened to Gvogov's note, where it disintegrates and it disappears, and your sphere pops up, and it the dust that it exists, sort of this ethereal dust, gets sort of blown into your sphere. And
No, I already broke it. Oh, no, never mind. That's
yeah, you gather that it's absorbed in your sphere, and it can be activated from there. After that, though, you go back to sleep, and you guys wake up once again from a soft knock on the door, calling out room service.
Just want to point out that Pins every night sleeps on the floor.
Yeah. The bed is still next to the hearth. You see that you see that the server is like trying to really ignore it as he places the silver card in the middle. There's once again a wonderful breakfast.
I apologize. The young one was quite adamant of moving the bed.
Of course, we've seen weirder things.
you have to tell me all about it.
How about
He
you
smiles
eat your
at you.
breakfast? How about you eat your breakfast first? I'm still very
Well, maybe-
cross at you for opening the window at night.
Well, that's because we need some fresh air. We need fresh air. You stink where you sleep, you know that?
I bathe every night we've been here, and
Exactly my
moreover,
point.
my tootsies get cold.
You see
So,
that
what's
the server
your
is
name, by the
slowly
way?
bowing his way out of the room, closing the
Don't
door.
run, don't leave, don't run away. What's your name?
No. He's gone. He's
sir.
gone. He's gone.
You hear him quickly run down the staircase.
Bring us more some of that cough. Thank you, bye.
And but you guys can have another breakfast. You drink your
Again,
drinks.
pitying the person who has to clean up after these three knuckleheads.
And this is the third day. Basically, Clang, you have finished your training, so you don't actually need to go to another training. You're free to do what you want today. Pins, you have your second day of training going. You are able to roll 2, because you're also using your own weapon. You are able to roll 2 acrobatics once more with advantage. And Gavolkov, what are you doing?
Gavorkov is actually something that I keep forgetting to mention, but Gavorkov would have definitely done because he's not as dumb as me. Is every time they come and serve breakfast, he would have bags of ice be brought that he would take over towards a bucket where he has to frost the egg. He just keeps pouring ice over.
Okay. Yeah, I'll say that you do that every morning. The egg keeps being keeping the egg chilled.
Yep. He does look at the others and he says, you guys have been like coming back with bruises and stuff, and why?
Training.
Training? For what? Getting your asses kicked?
Is there a candle? Is there a candle nearby?
Absolutely.
Kling is gonna strike out at the lit candle and just. It's like, rather, he's just gonna strike out at it quick as a flash here and receive the sword. Nothing happens to the candle until he goes over and just tips over the tip, and it falls over.
Nice, I like it.
Then Pins quickly shoots the falling tip. He has to use both of his shots because he's not mastered it yet, and pins it to the wall.
Okay. So you're better at protecting me then. All right.
Think of it this way here. He's better at protecting the favorite. And the favorite's better at protecting himself.
Everything I do is for the Great Morgana, for the tribe.
And of course, if you use the favorite here, Morgana is much more happy. And we like to
Speaking of which, this is the day you guys will have to place the mirror somewhere before someone gets cursed.
I thought
It
it
is
was
placed.
already placed in.
Yeah, he placed it in Finn's.
Sorry, I forgot you put it in Finn's. Yeah.
Well, actually, maybe I should do some training myself.
Well, what kinds of training is you suitable for?
Well, at the time, I need to get better with swords because that's all I can really use.
I've got the perfect persons for you then.
Yeah.
Come along.
Okay.
I grab it. I don't even care if he's dressed yet. I'm grabbing him, and we're going off to Lady Gray's.
He would definitely be
Okay.
dressed.
Both of you, well, all three of you, make your way over to the Grey Manor. And I'm so sorry, guys, I'm chewing.
No worries.
It's all right. I was doing much the same a little earlier here, so I'm probably gonna have to go back for seconds later.
You guys make it over there, and you see that as you move to the balcony once more, that the trainers are actually starting to gather already there. You see Oren, who seems delighted to see you, Klein, and you see Anne, who is having like this grin of looking forward to torture you, Pins. And she says, there you are. Have you bandaged your little fingers? It's time for another day. This time, an entire one with me. And she takes you up
Man,
to the
what kind
side.
of kinky stuff have you been doing?
So much kinky stuff you wouldn't even know. What?
And she
Boys,
almost
boys.
drags you on your little sleeve
We did a lot of
to a
spinning.
different
We did
space.
so much spinning.
Boys, don't forget to speak in actual common. They can't understand our language.
I am speaking in common. Also, I need some coffee before. I'll be right with you, Anne. I need some coffee.
Roll me a strength check
Oh,
to see
dear
if you can
Lord,
get
no.
get from her grip.
Grip strength. That's one thing that archers do have.
You do not manage to get from her grip as you move to sort of walk away. You're not used to being held by someone. But this woman seems to have an iron grip. She doesn't seem to notice that you trying to get away from her. When you see her, like the most of her upper and forearms are exposed, and you see like that as she's starting to pull from her, you see these muscles bulge, and she just keeps dragging you. She says, "This time we go to the woods, little boy. We'll see how good you do."
That's not the direction of the government.
And that's the last you hear from Pins.
F in the chat for everybody. F in the chat.
I think we might need to start accepting applications now after that. To get the replacement.
She doesn't kill him. Our village elder actually does quite favor him.
Yeah.
But Pins, you may roll me your first athletics with advantage. Oh,
Nice.
okay.
Well,
We'll get back to that. We'll get back to that later. Clang, you.
I will introduce Gavorkov to Oren. Say,
Okay.
this, my good Master Oren, this would be my good friend Gav, I should say. Gav is, while he is a learned man, he is also very skilled. Well, he fancies himself skilled with a blade, but he wants to improve. Would either you or one of your colleagues here be able to help him?
Oh, definitely. And if he's a friend of yours, I look forward to train him. A swordsman, then. Surprising. Don't get many learned in the arcane that wish to also master the sword.
oh, unlike those, I'm not scared of a fight.
That's how I like him. And he smiles at you, Clang, and he says, "I'm starting to enjoy my relations with you more and more." And he says, "So, have you brought your own, or would you like a borrow?"
To
As he
Gavorkov, you
looks
said
at
that?
you. Yes.
I'm afraid I need to borrow one. I only own a longsword, and looking at Clang's, that's not enough.
It is not, but worry not, I have something closely similar to what they make here, and perhaps you'll be able to purchase yourself one. And he turns around and he opens this large sort of wooden coffin, and he opens it. And there's a similar kind of blade. It's not nearly as beautiful. It's very simple, but it is silvered and therefore like has a certain weight to it. He sort of pushes against the guard, like pulls off the really slowly pulls off the sheath. Again, it makes no sound, and he offers it in two hands to you, and he says, "First off, we'll get used to the weight. It's quite different from what you're used to." And he teaches you how to hold it. You know, to hold one hand close
Okay.
to the guard, one hand close to the end of the handle, and he basically teaches you the basic steps.
Mhm.
And he says, "So, are you looking to channel your magic and your arcane through the sword as well?"
Or yes, there will be times when I am hoping to do so.
All right. Well, that requires a certain amount of training. Lucky for you, am quite skilled in that type of magic. And you see sort of like as he holds his sword, like a sort of an electric flicker comes from his hand and surges through the entirety of the sword. And he says, "So that's what we'll be practicing then." And so roll me, he's going to teach you, so roll me an Arcana with advantage.
Okay. 21.
21. So let me go first back to Pins
Yep.
with his crit. This lady drags you through the woods, and almost like a rag doll, she leaps from tree to tree until she finally like takes you, and let me roll her strength for a second. She throws you, and she says, "Hit me every target." And she throws you like from the trees. And after like a second or so, you are like, you just get scratched by all these like tree branches in your face, your hands. But you see very soon this big open clearing, and there are like, do me perception check.
Right. Advantage.
Yes. Oh, that is, you see all these targets, and you understand that you need to shoot all of those quickly. But there's something hidden, and from the trees from both sides, these large, shadowy beasts come jumping out. They are kind of cat-shaped. You imagine they might be pounce cats. And as you go through the air, you find this moment of peace and zen inside yourself, where you have absolute focus, where you see exactly with the amount of speed you're traveling, with the amount of time you have, the arrows you have, the amount of shots you have, and without missing a beat, you shoot these 2 pounce cats that instantly disappear, and you hit all these targets, all these 7 targets in the center without fail, as you also do a 3-point landing in the middle as you land. And as you look back up, you see Lady Anne. She's standing on one of the branches of a very high tree, and she smiles at you and she says, "Oh, we're gonna have fun today." And you see she pulls back her hand, and she sort of like whips it forward, and this large black whip launches forward to you, like whips around you as she pulls you back and catches you, and she says, "Up to the next part." And that is you for now. Roll me
What?
another roll me another acrobatics with advantage.
Oh my god.
Oh my
back
god.
to back to back.
You turn into a god.
How does it? We're using all our crits for the night.
She says, "Let's see how you do now." And she like jumps with you, and she almost uses you as a kite. And you land in this large lake. You recognize this as being an outcrop of Clear Lake that you've always looked down on. And she basically dives on top of you. You are submerged in the water, and you get launched into sort of this opening. The current of the water sucks you in, and she says, "Hit every target," and you hear it in your mind. And as you get spurs through these caverns, you see that there are these really large heads that come out of sort of these black holes in the walls, and they snap at you. And there's 3 of them, and in between there are all these targets. But again, with your 26, every time a head comes out to snap at you and gouge you, you just hit with a crossbow. Even though your vision is obscured, even though the water is cold, you have to hold your breath. You hit every head, you kill all of those snapping heads, those fish eels, and you hit every target. You get spat out at the end of it, going down a waterfall, where you plunge into the lower lake, where you eventually drift to the side bank where she is standing. You sort of get like laid down on the sand, your face in the mud, you're coughing and spurting, and she pulls you up by your scruff and she says, "You have mastered the skill. I am impressed with you. I hope," she looks at you and she says, "I hope deeply that you will become one of us." And she just lets you go as you splatter back into the mud. And she says, "I'm sure you'll find your way back." And she disappears into the woods.
I would really like it if you could give. Oh, she's already gone. Great dude! Rose!
You're gonna spend some time finding your way back to Clear Lake.
He starts making his way.
Let's roll me a roll me a navigation. So let me roll me a survival. 16. Takes you about an hour or so, but you do find your way back to civilization, and you discover, since you're on the lakeside, that there is another entrance to Clear Lake that it opens up in sort of a large dam. It's not really a dam, but it kind of looks like a dam. It's a really large stone gate. And you see that there's an actual dock there. As you make your way through the lakeside entrance into Clear Lake, as you start making your way up all these stairs. In the meantime, Gavorkov, you roll a 20. Yeah. Oh, you are going in search of coffee. Gavorkov, you and Orin, you fight. He, like Clang discovered before, does not hold back. You end up with slashes, with bruises, and with like clear like burn marks all over your skin. As he is very impressed by your prowess. You seem to be taking this up very quickly. And he says, at the end of the day, he tells you, if you come back tomorrow, do as well as yesterday. You might be just as impressive a pupil as your friend Kling over here. And he says, I hope you're prepared. Tomorrow might be interesting.
Well, I'm just glad I'm not the one paying for this. Because this is more like abuse. Sure, I'll return.
He says that's how it's supposed to feel. But afterwards, it feels so good. Am I
Yeah.
wrong, Clang?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what did he say?
He said that in the end, it feels so good. Am I wrong, Clang?
Indeed. In fact, my good friend here was wondering why I always returned with so many bruises to show off here, and thought that it was quite mad. But I'm guessing he's feeling the benefits of it quite now.
Yeah.
Mark of skill, my friend. Mark of skill.
You know, if I had to be honest, he didn't do quite as poorly as I thought he would.
I'm
Thanks.
surprised too.
I appreciate the vote of
But,
confidence.
You've yet to outdo your little friend over here. And he pats you on the shoulder, Clang, as he said, that was some truly impressive stuff. But hope to see you again tomorrow. Don't kill yourself. And he also goes off for the day, as all three of you will find your way back to Clear Lake. Clang, because you did have the entire day off, you do get to choose to do something in this entire day, unless you choose to stay with the training.
Well, I'm quite certain that Gav is gonna go limp himself back to some place where he
Brucing.
can rest
Yeah.
here. Yeah. Actually, Kling will follow up on the request from the request board.
Okay.
More
what?
specifically, the one going to the living tomb.
Right.
Mhm.
Yes. So you read it, and there's a sigil on the bottom that you now recognize as a sigil of, a contact sigil. And it is actually leading you to the Blues prison. He's staying apparently at the same place you guys are. So you can definitely make your way there and ask for, let me check again.
Garth Hilrud.
Yes, that is it. So you can ask for him.
I'm guessing the sigil allows me to contact him here. So he'll
Yes,
just
you can either contact him like that, or you can ask at the inn.
Well, he will. It'd probably be more polite to go to the inn here and ask for him. Um, so I'll go up to the receptionist and simply ask, displaying the request here,
Mhm.
to simply say, I was interested in meeting with Mr. Hilrud, if he's available.
Oh, of course. He has been waiting for some requests. I will immediately send a message to his room. Would you like to wait in one of the booths, sir?
Of course, of course.
He leads you to one of those private booths again, and it takes about 5 to 10 minutes. And this large man starts walking up to your booth. You see that he's clad in some kind of hardened leather. He must be at least 6 foot tall. He has like lush hair. He looks fairly young, maybe late 20s. Um, he's a little bit of a stubble. He seems well built, and he takes a place across from the boot, and he says, "You the man looking for an escort?"
Oh dear Lord, this guy is butch. uh, Indeed, my good sir. Actually, I was curious as to the nature of your request on the request boards. You were looking for escort to the living tomb, the tomb of the hero, correct?
Oh, actually, I provide escort. I am a hireling, people that seek glory, or want to go to the hero's tomb especially. I have interesting knowledge on encounters there, monsters that lurk. I'm some kind of professional, and I charge about 500 gold pieces per bell, or 250 gold pieces per bell, and equal looting rights.
Mm. So, if I understand this correctly, he's looking to go with somebody here. He's basically looking to hire or he's looking for someone to hire him.
Yes, yes. So he says that he has exclusive knowledge on the tomb of, especially on the hero's tomb, that he is experienced and that he will escort people to a maximum of 2 bells. And he asked for 500 gold pieces, basically for his expertise of helping you through there.
Hmm. I see.
Or
I see.
250, but then equal looting rights.
So whatever loot we find, we divvy up equally between stall people. Okay.
Yeah.
Instead of being, greedy little motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Well, it is definitely much more. It is definitely much more clearer now that you're explaining it in person. More specifically, my friends and I were looking to go into the tombs in order to search for something very specific.
Ah,
We were
then you've got the
contracted by-
perfect man in front of you.
Indeed. I'm actually curious. This is my own client is very secretive and does not wish to have any of their information spread about, as it is very hush hush, of course. But
Naturally.
we were looking for something that was a little bit more on the obscure side here. More specifically, we were looking for something that would help with lycanthropy.
I'm sure that if your client sent you there, he sent you there for good reason. I mean, this whole place is cursed with lycanthropy. I'm sure that a hero's tomb has something to offer for it.
Indeed, indeed. Would you happen to know where such an ingredient might be procured? Would it be within the first and the second bells? To your
Definitely
knowledge.
the second bell.
My party is made up of, well, another halfling like myself and a gnomish fellow. We are, and he just kind of gestures to himself, rather small. But,
Well, don't be insecure about it.
oh, no. But having someone else along with a bit more muscle, that could help out tremendously. But I am curious. I had come myself to simply ascertain and get a little bit more knowledge on the person leaving their information on the board here, and to see more or less if we could make use of your expertise. But I cannot make the final judgment without the rest of my fellows. My job was mostly just to ascertain, as it were.
Of course, I understand. I will be staying at the Blue Spruce Inn for another month or so. If you need any information, I will be available, unless I've been hired by others, of course. But in the meantime, you have my information. If there is anything, please be my guest and ask for me or use my sigil to contact me, and I will be happy to provide you with any information needed.
I do thank you, and for your time as well.
Of course. And he knocks the table and he says, well, have a good one, my friend, and hopefully see you soon. And he leaves, kind of like with a happy, how do you say that? Hop in his step, as he
A little
leaves
bit
the
of little bit
area.
of pep in his step, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
This is already afternoon, right?
This is
Yeah.
this is afternoon, yeah, and it's getting late to the evening. But you still
Yeah.
get to do something, like your entire day was off, so.
No, that's okay. I spent most of my day heckling Gav while he was getting trained.
Okay, so then
And,
eventually we'll make your. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say, so if it's getting absolutely late here, Kling will probably go down to the dining area here and just simply wait for his fellows to come back in here.
The both of you, Pint and Gavokov, you do make your way. You find Kling sitting in the booth, and there's already a whole table with delicious food, complimentaries of the chef with nice desserts and drinks.
And in Goblin, he'll greet them. In Goblin, he'll greet them. Hey, boys, I figured you'd be hungry from a long day of physical labor. So's, digging.
Yeah, I can see why you're always coming back with bruises now.
Took you a while to get out here. Even had time to interview, say, possible guides into the hero's tomb.
I decided walking wasn't a reality, so I mold the earth myself here.
Ah, so that's what took you a while here.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, really, you're so lazy. You should have seen my day. It was amazing. I actually performed so well. Anne was actually proud of me. And she wants to see me again. I'm probably going to see her again when I ever go talk to Kremlin. I don't know. I forgot his name. I probably have it written down somewhere. I'm going to have to find Anne again.
Someone feed you coffee again?
No, I found myself going to have a liking for it now. You know, give me kind of... what's the word? It gets me. It keeps me focused.
Yeah, it keeps your peepers open. It keeps your peepers open. I remember the feeling.
I think it does a whole lot but keep you focused.
That's fine. I actually walked over to Flynn earlier today and said hi to Seamus, and before he said hi, I was already gone.
He's moving way faster than I did, isn't he?
Yeah. That might be...
But hey, Clang, hey, Clang,
Yeah.
And said I mastered my weapon too now.
Oh, right. You've got your hands on a custom-made weapon, eh?
Oh yeah, look at this over here. I call it Sting the Wasp's Fury.
Oh, nice. I like it.
It's a bit of a mouthful, ain't?
Oh, for sure you could just call it Sting, because it will sting whenever you face it.
Hey, it makes sense. Makes sense. True that. I haven't quite named me blade just yet. Figure. Well, usually when it comes to swords, you just got to name it in the heat of the battle. Because if you don't,
Nice.
because if you just names it beforehand, it hasn't earned its name yet. But
I
you
guess
wouldn't
that makes
train with
sense.
yours. You trained with your weapons here. You got a sense of what it feels like to hit a target.
Oh,
But
get that
mine,
flavor.
but mine hasn't drawn blood yet. It needs it. Then it'll be alive.
Well, I'm sure in a few days when we get to that tomb, it'll taste plenty of blood. That's still the plan, right?
Yeah. There's just one glaring little detail that's missing in my weapon here. There's this empty socket. What are we gonna do with the augments?
That is a good thing to discuss, guys.
Then who has the augments here? If I
Uh,
remember
You
correctly,
Any of us.
so
Yeah.
you notice that the augments are in the sphere, and any of you can access these as they are not assigned to a person. So anything that's assigned to all of you, everyone can access it.
Okay, I'll bring out the augments and set them on the table.
Mhm.
All right, lads. Which ones is you want? We've got.
This one was cold, this one was hot, and this one was sparkly.
That's true. I was going to say Sparkies, but yes, that's actually quite right. So which ones you want, boys? Take it.
mm,
They actually did things beyond additional damage or not? There
Yeah,
were no conditions
so-
attached, or were there?
Okay. Yeah. So sorry. Let me check. So when every time I think you guys gonna talk, I'm like, I could eat something quickly.
Why don't
so,
you look at the Google Docs that you have open right here? No, I do.
So each one of these does a certain element. Basically, they all do the same with different elements. So when you slot it in a weapon, the weapon can do that type of damage instead when you activate it, or it can do an extra. It has 3 charges. It does an extra amount of damage per charge, and it does a status effect that is bound to that element. So that would be shocked, burning, freezing.
So it either converts the damage to that element, or by using the charges adds additional elemental damage.
Yes, plus
Or-
afflicts these certain status effects.
Right. So freezing gives disadvantage on attack and dexterity saves.
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. There's 2 charges on them.
2 charges. Okay.
Yeah.
Burning takes 2d4 damage at the start of their turn and takes an action to put it out. So it's just burning damage. It's always good.
Hmm.
And shock prevents reactions and bonus actions.
Yes.
Yeah.
So depending on where you want to be in combat, which you think you can utilize the best, it depends whether you want shocked, burning, or freezing on your weapon.
Yep.
All right.
I get a bunch of attacks. I don't think I can stack burning.
No, you can stack burning. You can reapply it, but it won't stack on the same target.
Yeah. I think it's good if I get freezing, personally, because I get multiple tries to give someone disadvantage to their attack.
Mm. Yeah.
so they
Burning sounds like. Go ahead.
do these status effects apply immediately, or do you need to save against
They
these status
they
effects?
apply immediately and they last because these are minor augments, so they last for 1 round. So
Mhm.
at the start of their round, they suffer from these status effects. At the end of their turn, it falls off basically. So
I think Pins has a point. Because if we give it to Pins, he has multiple attacks, can possibly hit multiple targets, making multiple people attack with disadvantage.
yeah.
And since he's ranged, he can strike anybody.
Mm-hmm.
So freezing would definitely work well. Okay. And lightning, that takes away their ability to do reactions, right?
Reactions
And
and bonus
bonus
actions. So that
actions.
might actually be
bonus
good for melee, as
That would probably. I was thinking that's probably going to be
Yeah.
better for me here,
because you'll be able to run away without them being able to.
or at the very least get other people to run away too.
Something like
'Cause,
that. Yeah.
You know, especially if they say I'm nearby pins, and all of a sudden an enemy is targeting pins instead of
Mhm.
me, I can hit them, and they can run away, and pins can run away.
Yes. And remember that if you slot them in a weapon, that's what these augments do. If you
Mhm.
slot them in an armor piece, it can give you resistance on charges.
Mhm. Yeah, I think also considering Gavorkov will eventually move away from using weapons, the simple extra damage might just be better on him, because status effects, we want those to last as long as possible. We want to take advantage of those for as long as possible.
Mm-hmm. So, so like I said, if you slot it in an armor piece, you get a small shield every morning, and you get charges with resistance for like a single attack. So either that or you put it in your weapon.
Sorry, what do the charges do when you have it on armor?
You get resistance to that particular element for 1 attack.
Oh, and the shield is just
Yeah.
a general overhealed shield.
Yeah, and
Yeah, yeah.
and
Okay.
was it the charges for that here, or rather, the charges for the resistance are only 2, so you
Yeah.
get 1 attack here and then another attack. That's
Yeah.
it.
Well, if
You get a
Gavorkov
shield for
isn't gonna,
2d4. Yeah.
yeah, if Gavorkov isn't gonna use it for a weapon, and I think augments are kind of rare.
Doesn't his
Hmm.
suit have some augment slots on it?
It does, but
Yeah.
he is
You
planning
have an
on
augment slot.
I'm sure
on
he'll
using
make
it
it
on
fit
a weapon,
Okay.
Mm.
because at the moment he finds that this augment to be much more beneficial on a weapon than on armor.
Yeah. Remember that augments can be removed by a blacksmith or by an enchanter. Well, blacksmiths usually have enchanters in their service, but you need an enchanter or an augmentor to take it out, and you can then reuse that augment.
Mhm.
Uh,
Oh, that's handy.
unless it's a very low quality augment, it will shatter. But if it's a decent augment, you can take it out to put it in another slot.
A very low is like lesser because these are minors. Are these considered?
Yeah, no, these are okay. These are minor, but they are very, they're still good quality. Lady Grey didn't give you bad augments. These won't shatter when you take them out, but there are some, really brittle ones that are actually made from shards that aren't actually fit for making augments.
Right. Can very brittle and bad enchants augments still be minor and greater, or will they be considered
No, they can be minor. Mostly they're lesser.
Right, good. So these are still on the brink of okay.
So yeah, and they are very valuable because these are extremely rare. So even the minor ones hold a great deal of power.
Right. I think I'm gonna go for freezing if everyone agrees that that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. I'm already putting augment stone lightning in my inventory at this point.
Okay.
Leaving you with fire there, Gav. Sorry.
All right.
Yeah. So the fire one, so all of you, your augment does, you either do, your elements in damage if you activate it, if you call the command word. Otherwise, when you use the charges, you do 1d4 extra damage on your elemental damage, plus the effect for 1 round. And the fire one does 1d8 additional damage and 1d8 damage every turn.
This is for charges. Okay.
Yes.
It does 1d. I'm sorry. You gave me a lot of numbers here.
Yeah. So the additional, you have lightning. Yeah. So you deal 1d4 additional lightning when you use a charge. Plus, it also afflicts the target with the shocked condition on a failed DC. What is it? DC 16. Yeah, DC 16 con save.
Then I should not be adding this here. Then I should be giving it its own little slat here.
Oh, where's the DC? Where's the always see the 16?
On these augments, because these are actually very made by very skilled augmenter. It's Lady Grace's personal augmenter, and these have a very high save. So these are these are a 16 con save.
All right.
DC
And
16 con save. Yeah.
when they only apply their conditions, freezing, burning, and shocked, whenever you use a charge or passively.
Yes. Yes. So
Alright,
these
only
have
when
2
you have
charges,
Right.
because minor can only have a certain amount of power, like distributed among different abilities, but the concept is very high.
Okay.
Yeah, and the 2 charges we said daily at dawn.
Okay. What was the DC? You said it was 16, right?
Yeah, 16 con save. DC 16 con save.
Okay.
And for the incendiary, is it also DC 16?
The fire. Are you talking about incendiary
The burning?
arrows or your?
No, the augment.
No, that one actually just applies it.
Just applies burning on a charge.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And freezing is still a DC, right?
Yeah, freezing is the DC same DC 16 con save. So as you guys come and find, good concentration shards, you can go to augmenters and have them turn into, or you can find rare traders, exotic traders. Sorry, exotic traders sometimes have very rare things, very rare augments. So just keep your eyes open. Go to stores, check out if they have special shipments, stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay. All right then. Well, I believe that is what we're gonna do for today here. I would go ahead and let the others know about the guy that I interviewed here.
Yes.
Get their input on it.
So you guys can think about what you want to do to Guy. Afterwards, you will go to bed, and there'll be a new day, which pins for you and Clang. Your training is over, so you both can do something. Gvorkov, you will still have a day of training, in which you hopefully roll well.
Yep.
But you can discuss the man, of course, the guide.
I will be right back here.
Of course.
So I would say start off with Gav here. 'Cause
Yeah, of course.
Take a quick BRB.
Yeah, no problem. So you two guys can sort of give your opinion over the guy, just give your input. and then we'll move on to training.
um, what do you think, Pins? Do we hire a person or do it ourselves?
Well, I think the safest thing is for the first time to have some cannon fodder with us, because we don't really know what we're gonna be facing.
Hmm.
It's as much as I've trust in Morgana's blessing on us and our own competence, it is good to have some actual knowledge of the place, if that's what he's offering.
You have a point, but he's expensive. He wants 500 gold or 250, and he gets as much loot as us. Or he gets to choose, actually. He has equal looting rights, he said.
Well, it's a dangerous place. Maybe he doesn't come out alive.
And this is per bell.
Bad things happen in living tombs. Maybe he doesn't come out.
Okay. Well, considering we only want to. Actually, do we know how many bells are needed for the quest that Lady Grey has us go on for those flowers?
Yes, Lady Grey has found some really old text where she explained to you that she surmises that it takes 2 bells
Two bells.
to get to this to gain access to this place. And this is from the account of a knight that once came back with a sapling. But it took him 2 bells to sort of fall down into this pit where there was this strange flower that he took the sapling from.
So, we'd either have to pay him 1,000 gold so that he doesn't get the loot, or 500 gold and run the risk of him taking the good loot.
Right, well, have you looked straight in his eyes and see if he's full of shit or not?
Well, I didn't talk to him. That was Clang. And Clang's
Clang will
gonna.
have Clang will have showed you the thing, so you can always call the guy, make him come down, meet him.
I think he could be invaluable, and even if he's not necessary, it would be just the first time. I mean, these living tomb things have recurring um, calls, right? Quests.
From what Lady Grace told you, it does seem like whatever gets killed in there is never truly killed.
It seems that we could have him for our first tryout, but it might be good to make sure that he's who he says he is, not full of shit, and we could ask around in town. We have 2 masters that have trained us and kind of know what we're capable of. Maybe they can tell us whether we need them or not.
Okay, just remember we don't really have a tryout because we need to do this during a full moon, which is a few days from now. So if we don't make it, we're fucked.
Yeah, I didn't mean a tryout before actually the mission. I mean, doing the mission with him would be our tryout, and following missions we can determine for ourselves whether we need someone with us or not.
Yeah, okay. But again, the question is, what do we pay him? Do we pay him the 1,000 gold or the 500 gold with equal looting rights?
Well, he did say, and just Clang appearing behind the two of them. He did say that it was per bell.
Yeah, and we need to go to 2 bells.
And he did say that it's likely something like that. What we needs is going to be on the second bell.
Yeah.
Yeah, did you have a good look into his eyes and see whether he's speaking truth or full of shit?
He was quite confident in himself, I will say this much. But confidence in warriors is usually a good sign that he's about to die.
I mean, if he says who he says he is and has done what he says he's done, and he's still around, clearly he survived.
What? he's he's having. I'm guessing that Pins has already had another cup of coffee because if he's talking real fast here, Klingon's gonna go what?
I mean, he's still around, so I guess he survived. So either he's lying or he's competent. And if he's competent, he's expensive. If he's expensive, then the question is he worth it?
Thing is, we don't know. We don't know ash from tea kettles, and I just learned what a tea kettle is not too long ago.
We
We
can
don't know.
always ask. We can always ask Anne and whatever your master's name was, Bjorn or something.
Or
Orin.
Yeah, that's what I said. We can always ask them if they think we're competent enough to go without one, without him.
With their training, we'd be competent enough, but we wouldn't be experienced enough.
That's true. That's true.
And this is one of the things that I would like to know a little bit more about, but we don't have the times.
So
Right.
now it's a matter of do we want to give him the money or not?
I mean, where's the money
Well,
for the?
I think we should hire him. The question is more of at what price do we hire him? Because we need 2 bells. That means the 2 price options are 500 with equal looting or 1,000 and we get all the loot.
I alone I can only afford the equal looting one here. I think. How much is this amount of platinum? He's gonna hand it over to Gav for counting. It's 50.
Yeah,
It's 50
that's just enough actually. That's just enough.
Oh, good.
you
Oh, good.
you see also your sphere pops up and it shows you the number. 500 gold pieces, 50 platinum.
Oh, that's what I mean. I show it here, and the numbers don't mean a damn thing to.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, it makes sense
they
actually.
don't make a yeah to Kling, numbers don't make a damn sense to him. He's just like what's that number? It's bigger than free. So what's it?
How have you read books?
Because they is words.
Right. Well, I can always try and see how my luck is tonight. See if I can maybe afford him more or not at all.
What do you mean with how your luck is tonight? You gonna go gamble?
Yep.
Okay. Hopefully it's a
That's
lot.
definitely, yeah, you can do that. Every evening, the gamble masters come out and the tables are prepared. And every evening, there's 1 table of Crown and Anchor, 2 tables of the King's Court, and 3 tables of Troll Bones.
How's Trollbones go again?
Troll Bones is basically you throw dice every turn. And you can basically up the ante. So you can, for instance, say, okay, after every turn, you can end it after 1 turn. Just say like, okay, I've this number of dice, or you can say, I up the pot with 30 gold, for instance, and then you throw dice again, and then whoever has the highest number wins.
Right. Well, so that's definitely what we can do.
Luck is only with me for so long, so I'm gonna go ahead and hold off on the betting. At least until we get some more money.
But you can definitely go gamble. You guys will have finished your food, and whoever wants to gamble tell me which one you want to gamble. I'll definitely drop it so you guys can do so. There is, like I said, the Crown and Anchor, which is very expensive for your buy-in. You have the King's Court and Troll Bones.
First of all, I'm gonna go to one of the people walking around with drinks.
Yes.
I'm gonna say,
You know, I've been having this black calf before, and is someone introduced me with this cream and sweetness thing. Do you have any other flavors you can put in there, like booze?
Yes, of course. We have all kinds of liquors and all kinds of flavors, depending on your likings.
You know, just give me something that you think is really good.
Oh, sir, I got you. Do you have all night?
Oh, definitely. I'll be over there at the Trollbones.
Okay. So he'll go off for a bit, but after a while he comes back, and he all has this entire tray, and it has an entire pot of coffee, and he has all these little bottles. Some are liquors, some are sort of strange, sort of concentrated flavors. And he just explains how you can mix and match these. And you do need to roll me con saves if you drink something with liquor. But in the meantime, here is troll bones. So your minimum input is 30 gold pieces for one round. You can then, like I said, increase your money. There are 3 people also playing.
right? I'm gonna.
So there is 90 gold pieces on the table, save yours. So 120 altogether.
Yeah, 4 times 30. Yeah. Ooh.
So that person rolls 0 on his dice. This person rolls 10 on his dice. The other person rolls also 0 on his dice because a 1 converts all your numbers to zeros. You have a crit, means double, your numbers are all doubled. So remember
So,
that for yourself. So you already won this
does the
round.
8 does the 8 itself count, or is the 8 just a wild card?
The 8 counts as well. Every number is doubled.
Jesus. Right.
Yeah, so if you roll a 8 and a 1, it's you 1 doesn't count as a 0, it counts as a number and it's still doubled, so it turns into a 2. But if you have a 1 in your thing, all your numbers count as 0. So you already won this round, and you can choose to raise the pot basically for a second round.
Definitely, I will raise the pot.
By how much?
I spent 50.
50 gold pieces. Okay. One of them leaves, the guy with the first roller, 114. He leaves, but the other 2 raise you as well. So that's another 150 extra in the pot. So roll your round. That's good. The first one, 752, 886. That is good. But that's his only one. So 14 for the first one. Okay. Right now, what is your total?
My total is 58.
58. You're still ahead. The second one next behind you, it has a total of 38. You can there's always only 3 rounds total, so you can try to raise the pot once more or walk away with what you have right now in the pot.
Can I do an insight check to see how the other 2 are feeling?
Yes. Roll me an insight. Oof. Okay. The guy that rolled well, he looks very confident, but he's still sort of like doubting a little. The other man seems hard to read, but it seems like he's so on his rolls. He thinks he has a chance, but he's not sure.
I'll raise by another 30.
30. Okay. Both of them sort of like think for a moment, but they both seem like they think they have a chance. The confident man thinks that he probably got it. So both of them raise a 30. So that's another 90 gold pieces to the pot. Roll your final roll. Okay.
That's bad.
Cheat.
How?
I don't know.
Blow really hard on my one die.
Well, I think all roles are secret, so nobody knows each other's roles
No,
until
that's
the
true.
end.
So you have the option to cheat here. The question is, are you going to?
You can cheat if you want, but there is a 15 on the DC for sleight of hand. So you can try to turn your 1 into a different number, but you have to beat a 15 with your sleight of hand.
Boy.
It's because there is a gamble master at the table who's paying close attention.
I think I'm gonna stay. Everything I have is now a 0, right?
No, just your last roll.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Right.
Yeah.
I'm still
So
58.
yeah, so the man that was confident looks very confident right now. So he is the first one to reveal his hand, and he shows all his numbers, and it's a total of 60.
Cool.
You like until the last one has revealed his hand, you still have a chance to try and cheat. The second one looks, of course you got it, Billy, and he takes off his cup and he reveals his numbers. It's a 42. Last chance to try and cheat.
And winner takes all, right?
Yes.
Right? As I lift my hand, I'll try.
Okay. Roll me with advantage. Oh, you didn't even need it. Okay. So you get to change your lowest number into something else. You can re-roll it if you want, or you can try, and because you rolled with 19, you get to just change the number. But you cannot change it more than 4.
Right, so I can make it a 5 tops.
Yeah.
I'll just make it a. He has 60, right? He's 2
Yeah.
points over me.
Yeah.
I'll just make it a 3.
Okay. So remember all your numbers are doubled, so that's a 16, a 4, and a 6 for you.
Why are my numbers doubled? Yours are doubled, not mine.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the last one where I saw an 8, but I forgot that yours. So
yeah,
you have
with
a,
that,
a
I
5,
have
a 3,
70.
and a... Yeah, okay. 70. They don't notice. You take off your cup and you show your numbers, and Billy's face goes white as he says, "Damn it! I really thought I had it. Well played, man. Well played." And he
You
like
really let me shake in my boots, or maybe it's the calf calf.
he like shakes your hand. That is the only reason why you rolled with advantage, but you didn't need it. because you're like hyper alert on everything. So anyway, your jewelry already, people have trouble seeing it. But you win. So it was a total of 120 to 150 to 90. So you can calculate that yourself. Those are your winnings.
360. Nice.
Very nice. Very, very nice.
Hey, look, Gav, it worked.
Okay, okay. Maybe I should try my hand at a game. But I'm gonna go do the spinny one. That I don't have much money for anything else.
Of course. So I'll link that for you as well. As
I
you
will walk over
yeah.
to Gav and I will give him my diamond chip.
You have to remind me how much it was worth again because I forgot.
50 gold.
50 gold pieces. Okay. So that's a chip for 50 gold.
Okay.
Also, I don't know, the music stopped for me.
Yeah,
it
it's
come back.
it's bugging out. It's not being able to load at all. I don't know why. I've been
I
trying to
can-
fix it in the background, but it's not going. I
It's going
tried.
for me now,
this
though.
one, now this one's
It
working.
starts
Yeah, but
again.
Okay.
it
Yeah.
capped.
I
pausing,
I
yeah.
closed out the window. I was bringing it back up right now. So
Okay.
give me a
Yeah.
second. Readjust the volume here too.
But so yeah, so you've gotten this diamond kind of, it's like a crystal. It looks diamond-like, and it's like refracting light in colors. And it on it says 50 gold pieces, basically. So it's a chip worth 50 gold pieces.
Okay. He's gonna put the chip down on the game.
Okay, so that's 50. That means that your winnings will be plus 10
Mm-hmm.
if you do anything. So you may spin the wheel.
Fantastic.
you win
Nice.
Okay.
Nice. Yeah, you win 60 gold pieces plus your buy-in. So you win 100.
Yep.
So you get your chip back
Fantastic.
and you get another 60.
Okay. So 60. He's going to pump in another 40. So that is now
30 gold pieces. Yeah, so you get your chip back and you get the 30 gold pieces.
right. He
And,
keeps getting
if
the
you-
chip back. Right.
Yeah. So
Okay.
if you double your input, you also double your if you double your buy-in, you also double your output.
Okay. Okay.
But then the score, there's a chance that you lose it.
Right. So it's gonna be so far he has a 70 profit basically. Because he won
90.
50 and then 70.
No, you won 60. You won 60 plus your buy-in, and then you won 30 plus your buy-in.
So he got 110 from the first one.
Yeah, you get plus 10 over
Okay.
on the winnings.
Okay. He's gonna try it again.
Once again, you win 30 gold pieces plus your buy-in. People around you start getting cheering and stuff, and people start drinking. People start paying you gold for rubbing your head, the which you lose your buy-in, and but you can choose to just have that gold, or you can leave your chip, and you lose 30 gold pieces.
He's gonna leave the chip and I lose 30. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so you got a profit of 115 gold.
No, you don't
No?
lose the chip because you spend for free this year.
Oh, you're
Oh,
right.
That's true.
That's
You're
true.
right. Sorry. Yeah,
Nice
yeah, you're right.
catch. Okay, so he just loses 30, right?
Yeah.
Act-
He just loses 30. Yes.
30 or 20 because it's a free spin, so he doesn't.
Yeah, you're right. So it's a free spin, so therefore 20.
Okay. Try it again. Okay. So with that, he's like, okay. I think I've tested my luck long enough.
Yeah,
Right.
that's my lucky chip right there. You're welcome.
Yep, thank you. And he's gonna hand it back to you.
And you walk away with that.
Fantastic. So 145 gold. Okay.
Damn, son.
Okay.
Well done. Okay, if you guys are done gambling, I don't know if Clang wants to gamble, but then you guys are off to
Clang-
bed. Yeah,
Clang doesn't want to. Clang doesn't want to chance the fact that he might lose. His luck has not been good
that
when it comes to
is
gambling.
that's true. Okay. Well, if you guys are done, people are very sad to see you go. If you had people let you rub your head, you get another 20 gold pieces. Otherwise, you
He,
get nothing.
out of respect for himself, will not allow that.
Okay. You see some ladies pouting, but you make it out with your dignity intact.
I, on the other hand, will hold up the chip that was given back to me and say, "Yeah, lucky chip. It was rub my head."
You get 20 gold pieces for people rubbing your head. and and you guys are off to back to a new and bright morning. Once again, you get your breakfast in the morning. And Pins and Clang, you guys have not. You guys have your day free. Gavolkov, you have to go to your training. You get to do me one roll with advantage, please.
21 again.
A 21. He takes you out to the lake. You go down sort of a tunnel of steps, and you get to these big docks. And he takes you to a place of the site, like he takes you to this little forest road, takes you to a place where there's waterfalls. And he makes you stand in the middle, and he makes you use the shocks on your blade. And he is teaching you how to use the current and how to use your blade without getting, hurt yourself, and how to be swift enough to be able to strike an enemy and then follow up on a strike and not getting hit by anything in the meantime. With a 21, you actually do really well. And all of you rolling over 20s actually finish your lessons in just the two days. And all three of you have mastered your single weapon.
Yo, we're gonna.
Okay, so
Uh,
20.
Orgy's heard it gives us the skills to do this.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Sorry.
Like I said, for the sake of expediency, you all make it through Pins. You get a message that your shipment has arrived and that is waiting for you at the blacksmith's.
No.
So you go into the stall, and the girl is there once more. Says, "Ah, there you are. I got your shipment for you. Do you want me to pack it for you?"
Show me.
And so she opens this sort of a quiver that rolls open, and it has all these holsters, and all these arrows are separately put in, and they have these really nice purple, sort of like shocking shimmers that go over the entire arrowhead. And she says, "Now remember, I did tell you, these are not made of very high quality shards, and so these have a chance to, damage and break your weapon. So I suggest using it for your other crossbow, not the one I made you."
You don't think yours can handle them?
I wouldn't want to have the risk of breaking or damaging it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. You know, I have two of these needlers here. I can probably sell you one. You want it?
She looks it over.
Handmade.
I'll give you 5 gold for it.
5 gold. All right.
All right, thank you. Can break that down into some pieces for something else.
Break it.
Here are
Let's
your
buy a
arrows.
needler. No, not letting you break. I don't really care.
Okay, well, maybe you should hold off on the jitters, but here you go. And she rolls up this, it's a really like odd grip. You should roll it up, and in the end, it has this leather banner you can bind around it, and you can like holster this on your shoulder, and you can like pull them out But this is probably made to prevent these from, if you have different kind of elements, maybe damaging or activating each other. So you have a special holder that can hold 25 arrows. Yeah, that's it. Or bolts in your case.
Nice.
Yeah. These were splitting bolts, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Well,
Right. Thank you very much. Your work is always magnificent, and your services will be used again, most likely, very soon.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, would love to see you again. Now, hurry up, I have other customers and work to attend to.
Bye.
Oh, maybe
Bye.
boy.
But yeah, you
I just
got
want
your
the one
25
thing,
arrows. Yeah.
tiny little thing. Can I see Anne somewhere around the masters?
Yeah, you can go to Grey Manor, and she will be at the terrace, at the round balcony.
I'll find her, I think.
You see
Master
her.
Hand.
Oh, it's you. You can't have enough, can you? What is this? What can I do for you?
You know, I've never really been swung around by a big woman before, but it was it was an experience. Anyway, that wasn't what my question was about. I am going to go do some jobs at the Living Tomb. I was wondering, do you think I can survive that?
Well, I suppose everyone has a chance. No, that's a lie. Oh, I think you have a chance. Not if you go alone. If you.
I've got two friends, and one was trained by Master Bjorn, I think his name was. Yeah, definitely Bjorn.
Or.
Oh, he's gonna die. He's gonna die.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Well. Um. Well. I'd say as long as you don't push it, and as long as you have a scroll of escape, it would be hard to die.
Oh, we definitely have one of those. I mean, don't tell anyone, but
Then
we
I
have one of those.
suppose, with every little scratch you sustain, you could choose to just bail out.
Right, there was this one guy there that was telling us that he was gonna guide us through it, and he's asking an exuberant amount of money for it. Do you think it's worth it?
Well, that depends on your goals. If you want to defeat the larger monsters, if you want to survive many bells, all help is useful for survival.
Alright. You know, I have a tight schedule, but I'm gonna come back and spar with you some more because that was fun.
I look forward to it. Don't forget to join the hunters.
Oh, we'll definitely do that. I have an invitation.
Fantastic. Looking forward to seeing you.
Bye!
Goodbye.
That's
Okay. So, you guys, it's afternoon. It's late in the afternoon, but you have all your business finished. Each of you has managed to get proficient in a advanced weapon. If any of you still want to do some shopping preparing, you guys could technically start traveling.
I would say, guys, do we think we want to go ahead and get this guy? I'm leaning towards no, because I think he might be trying to scam us out of money.
You can definitely have another meeting with him and try to read him.
Yeah. What's the harm in reading him?
Yeah.
We fail.
Okay, let
Don't forget the frosty loot. Leaving him for a week at Flint.
Remember that you have the pedal, so you can just retrieve her at any time.
Yeah, but I'd rather tell him, hey, we're gonna take her with us now instead of, boop, she's gone. I do have a question to you though, Omnia. How far of a travel is it from here to the tomb?
Okay, so when you guys look at the map, Lady Grey will have told you that she has a boat, a fast sort of ship that travels all the way over here.
Mm-hmm.
And you can reach the Elite Guild. It's going to take you about 3 days to reach the Elite Guild, and then it's going to take you almost another 2.5 to get to the tomb.
So 5 days, and how many days are left?
You guys have a little bit over a week left. You have about 8 days. About 8 days.
8 days.
Still.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking, considering I have access to Lady Grey's library, I can take maybe 2 days to just basically focus on getting new spells to possibly help us in the hero's tomb. And then
she does have some spells, yeah.
Yeah, and then we head out there with just a day extra just in case for a bit of a buffer. Or maybe only stay a day depending on how many spells we need. And then head out with 2 days buffer. What do you guys think?
It depends if you think that we won't come across anything that might delay us.
That is true as well.
Because
Having a little
by
bit
the way,
extra buffer.
We do have 2 pound scats and the void beast. Will that reduce any time we have?
Yes, so on water, no. The ship will be the fastest way for you guys to get there. If you don't want to get held up, especially also with the troll migration right now. But from here to here, it will cost you half the amount of time to get there. So instead of 2.5 days, it will take you like a day and a quarter. You know, and if you're really fast, if you're sprinting, it can take you a day to get there.
In that case, I think we can probably spare a library.
'Cause I think-
so.
Yeah, I think we can spare a library for that.
I think a single day would be good enough because it takes about an hour per spell level, and I can only do first level spells.
Yeah, it will definitely help the entire party if you have more in your arsenal. And we can afford it, so.
Okay. So 2 of you could well, do you guys want to meet with the guy, or do you just want to leave that to the side at all?
No, I think
Okay.
I do want to meet. Just
Yeah, I
see
think
what we get out of it.
I think Pens would be the one that would need to be meeting with him because he can read people a little bit better.
Okay, Gavulkov, you will go and spend a day at Lady Grey's.
I will be with
manor.
them for the meeting, though.
Oh, you want to? Okay, so you guys ask for the guy who comes down, sees you sitting in the booth. He slides really slickly into the booth and says, "Oh, there's 3 of you, tiny men. All right. Well, you decided to hire me," and he sort of like wriggles his eyebrows.
First.
Well, my comrades
small, not
actually
tiny.
my comrades wanted to meet you for themselves. This will be the deciding factor.
Of course, and he sort of like leans backwards and puts his arms on the back of the teaching, and you see that he's flexing, and he says, "Of course. So, how can I be of assistance?"
First, how many bells do you have?
I got 3, my friend.
Show me.
And you see on his, and he like takes one of his hands, and his arm is exposed, and he like flexes, you know, does that flexing move, and as his bicep like bulges, and the sigil is on there.
So Gav has zero idea as to what any of those symbols mean, but he wants to see how confident he looks in his display of it.
Roll me an insight. Okay.
Damn, that's pretty good insight.
He's hard to read. He seems very confident, but something's off.
Can I look at his clothing? father, if he's such a champion, he can probably afford all the stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
High quality stuff. So I want to scrutinize his gear.
Also roll me insight, because you try to expertly look at the quality of his items and gear, which means you need to be able to distinguish that.
Oh,
Oof. Um, seems decent. Doesn't look as beautiful as the weapons you've recently acquired.
what kind of weapons does he use?
You see that he has the wristband for someone who uses a longbow. You gather that his longbow is probably turned in at the inn, as most people are not allowed to carry weapons in town. But you do also see a quiver with him. So he is definitely, but his quiver and or his arrows don't look specifically fancy or enchanted or anything. You can also see on his belt there's a holster. It's currently empty, but it definitely for a melee weapon, probably a sword.
Gav is gonna smile. Do you think us fools?
You see his expression for a moment slips a little, like he looks confused, but then he quickly regains himself and says, "Whatever do you mean?"
No, whatever do I mean? We can see right through you, you know. Knights of Grey aren't so foolish as you think.
Knight of Grey.
He kind of lifts his
My
coat
good-
to show the symbol of Lady Grey. I'm assuming it has it upon the the crest that was given for the discount.
He says, "Now you have me as a fool. There's no such thing as Knight of the Grey. The only knights that exist and guards that exist for House Grey are the Black Guard."
But you see, it's something very recent, actually. I kept it from you in our initial interview so as to see how you would react. But now, I'm unimpressed. Seems you're a longbowman. We already have a long-ranged archer here. I point the pins.
Well, that's not all I have. I have exclusive information on the two. Things that you can possibly know. Things that you might very well know. You can do an insight with advantage.
Me? Or-
Anyone who wants to insight that.
I would definitely like to
Yeah.
insight that.
Very nice.
God.
As much as... Okay, so first let's start with Volkov. As much as you definitely felt something was off, you feel like he speaks the truth. And Clang, you feel that he's definitely speaking the truth, but there's still something weird about it. Something about what he's saying, he's not forthcoming with it. And because you have a crit, he might have gotten his information from somewhere, but not himself personally. That's the inclination you get. But he definitely has information.
Oh, you
Respect the
definitely
hunter.
have it. You do indeed have information. That much I can tell. But it wasn't first-hand information, was it?
You see, he pills for a moment, and he sort of looks left and right, and then starts leaning forward, and he says, "Hey, we don't have to be all this loud."
Oh, I'm keeping my voice very even. You, on the other hand, are getting a mite bit antsy, as my grandfather would say.
Look, I don't want any trouble with the Blood Hunters. Just want to make my own name. Want to earn some money. And I promise, I'm quite skilled. I'd be a great addition to your party. And I
Yes.
do have the information.
Then let's at least start on truth. Your crest.
Okay.
It's not real, is it?
Just promise me you won't tell anyone. Okay, I'll quietly disappear, and I'll tell you anything you want to know.
Good. Then the truth of the matter is you did not earn those crests.
Well, I don't
Correct.
want to betray my master, and let me know how it goes, man.
Okay, a skilled mage that made an illusion. It's not real.
Mhm. What information do you have on the first 3 bells then?
My late brother, he was an actual hero. I went to the tomb. He's the one that survived the 3 bells, and well, after he died, I inherited all his belongings, and amongst them was his notebook, and where he very detailed, with a detailed description, explained many of the creatures he encountered there and the things they did.
And so you would have us escort, essentially take you into the tomb so that you might earn your true crests.
That was the idea, yeah. You're not supposed to see through it so easily.
My dear friend, anyone with half the experience that we 3 here have would be able to see through you a mile away.
He sighs. Okay, so where do we stand now? Like, I'm still willing to do it, for half the price.
I'll look back to the others.
He's gonna
He's
start
big.
talking in Goblin. Listen, what if, respecting the hustle, we pay him a little bit, but he gives us the information? You'll take him. A bit of muscle wouldn't hurt, but he has no eco-looting rights.
No,
He would
yeah, that's where I sent to. One of my moral lessons is always let people learn their own experiences. If he wants to come with us and he's ill prepared, well, as I said the other night, could always use some cannon fodder.
I say we can take him along here. Yeah, he wants to prove himself in the bells, that's fine. But, yeah, I agree. We could use the information and we could definitely, well, definitely pay him less than what he was originally asking for.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, I think 250, what he said half, right? So, that should be enough to get him started with some decent gear. If he comes out alive.
250, and he's still in Goblin. 250 would equal looting rights, then,
No, without, I
Well,
think.
he's definitely not getting equal looting rights. He's gonna get whatever we give him.
Considering he was asking 1,000 with no equal, we can give him 500 with no equal.
What's that number again?
500 is very steep. That's like more than my entire outfit.
I'll guess it's the big number, right?
Yeah, it is.
You know,
All right.
we'll try. We'll try the 250. After all, we're gonna be the ones that, if he succeeds, give him his crests, so that he never has to lie about it again.
Yeah, there might be some things in there that we don't want. He can have it.
True enough. Or can't use.
True.
And I'll turn back to Garth here.
And I will throw in a good word for him at the Hunters.
I could
I don't
also
know
give him a
about
good
that.
word over at the Elites, yeah?
Well, he wants to join the Hunters, so, and I'm already got an invitation there, got a connection with Master N.
He said he wants no trouble with the blood hunters, is what he said.
Oh, he said, all right.
Yeah,
I thought
he
he
didn't
said he
want any
wanted to
trouble.
join the hunters.
Maybe
no.
we'll keep those introductions if he displays prowess in the tomb.
Yeah, that's the other half of the offer.
All right then, boys. Break. Young Master Garth, was it?
Yes, sir.
Tell you what. We'll go ahead and offer you... Breaks a cup. No! Oh,
Oh, you said break.
You're clearly not a team sport player. We will allow you to accompany us. Yeah. We will pay you the 250 for the first 2 bells. You will.
All right.
Any loot that you come across here will be divided up amongst the party. You will get what we give you. But you will earn your bells.
He thinks for a moment. He sighs and he says, I suppose that's fair.
I'll look back to the others. Is that acceptable, lads?
That'll work.
Yep.
Then, it is a deal. And he will... I'm guessing this guy has himself an account here. So
He
I will
does, yeah.
I will transfer half of my platinum to him.
Okay. He looks with big eyes, surprised still. He says, thank you. How am I to address you all?
You are to address me as Clang. Or Lord Clang, if you so feel fancy. This is Pins. He likes to stick... Well, he used to have a needler that he stuck things with. Now he has quite a much larger crossbow.
I hold up the needler in my left hand and then slowly pull up Sting in my right hand.
Also, men of ranged, I see. Impressive.
This is Gav. Or Gavarok, if you so feel fancy again. A master of the arcane and quite utterly willing to end someone who runs away from their obligation.
I see.
Now, get some rest. We leave come the morrow.
Of course, sirs.
Not tomorrow, the day after tomorrow.
Oh, that is correct. Master
What
Gav.
what time is it now? Actually, is this early morning or
No, this is
Late
late in
night?
the evening still.
okay?
It's
Yeah.
late in the evening here. Oh, that is right. Master Gav wished to have some time to study the arcane knowledge of Lady Grey. So, that being said, I'm all but happy to allow you a little bit of time here. We have 2 days, correct, lads?
Yes.
Before we head out.
Yes.
What's the plan?
You have 2 days to get your affairs in order here. Make sure you have your effects.
Well,
We will
course,
be leaving and meet us by the docks.
What time, sir?
Sun up.
Okay, I will be there, and thank you for your discretion and giving me a chance after all.
Don't ever pull a stunt like this again, please.
I won't.
Less savory characters might have ended you before you even had a chance to explain yourself.
I mean, we are kind of less savory characters. Also,
Yeah.
you don't have to listen to him specifically. I respect also, and next time just don't get caught.
Sure.
He smiles at you and he nods, and you see that he's gotten a bit red as he basically got told by Clang, and he feels the shame. You can see that he feels ashamed, and he sort of bows his head and makes his move, and he, thank you once again.
Oh, he
Knight of the
should feel ashamed he got caught.
Yeah. So he leaves your table.
Oh. Well, as soon as he's out of earshot, that went better than I felt.
Well,
Paige, that was good, yeah.
Yeah, I never even got his name.
Garth Hillrod.
Yeah.
at least the information comes from a notebook. Apparently a well-written one. So this might prove useful. If anything, it'll
Yeah.
just serve as a distraction while the rest of us escape.
Also, yeah.
Again, I have no problems leaving him to die if he's not able to keep himself, well protected.
I have no problem with it either, especially after that showmanship of false bravado. Ugh. I hate pink skins like that.
I'll be honest with you here. I respect it, like Penn says here, but I mean, come on, do a little bit better here. At the very least, don't make yourself look to be what's it called here? More than what you is.
Exactly. And by the way, Clang, you might hear a notification or whatever sound it is as 84 gold is transferred to your bank account.
Hey,
Can hear a little swoosh as your sphere informs you that how much did you say again?
84.
84 gold pieces have been deposited on your account from a signature that seems to be Gavolkov.
Now, Gav, what's that for?
Well, I thought you shouldn't be the one to pay for all of his services, so I gave you a third of it.
Well, it's mighty kind of you. Honestly, I felt like I needed to at the very least for this one. For this one, I was feeling like I needed to. Don't know why. Maybe he will get his bells. We don't know. We don't know.
No.
But I'm happy to at the very least see if he can actually do it. Or at least die with some dignity. And or screaming in a funny way that we can laugh at later.
That too.
Yeah, so you guys make your way to bed. Gavolkov, once again, you all get your breakfast. Gavolkov, you spent a day going through all kinds of books and information. Kind of the spell section under the very watchful eye of one of the Jeeves. I will give you a small list of spells that you find of your level, and you can then choose what spells you would like to what do you call it? Scribe. You find a spell called Absorb Elements. You find a spell called Alarm.
Alarm. He would definitely learn that one.
You find a spell called Cast Fear. Yeah.
Is there a maximum that he can learn in this one day?
I will say that you can pick about. I'll let you roll an Arcana. If you roll over a 15, you get to learn 3. If you roll under, you get to learn 2.
15.
Exactly
3.
15. Okay. You see, like I said, what did I say? Absorb elements. You see alarm. You see cause fear.
Cause
You see
fear.
cause fear.
Mhm.
Yeah. You see detect magic,
Mm-hmm.
and you see expeditious retreat.
Mm-hmm. Those are the ones she has available, yes?
That's just how much research you can do,
Mhm.
including wanting to scribe. Because she
Mhm.
has a rather large library, and you just only have that one day. You don't have time to find any more than that.
Okay. Cause fear is what he'll take, and then expeditious retreat.
Okay, so which 3 did you go for?
Cause fear,
Yeah.
alarm, and expeditious retreat.
Okay. Yeah. And just write these down because I'm gonna forget. I'm just gonna tell you because it's too many lists. So you have to write down yourself which spells you found if you ever want to go back and learn them or scribe them.
I am writing them into my sheet already.
Okay. Just write the ones in the section that you haven't learned but you have spotted there or seen there at least. That is what you do. Do Clang and Pins. Do you want to still see if you need some supplies at maybe buy potions at Flynn's place? Is there anything that you guys would like to do in preparation of the next day?
Well, now that I have a bit more income here, I guess you could say, I think I will go ahead and actually, you know that greater healing potion that we got here the other
Mm-hmm.
day?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and put the ring of contingency in that,
Very
and
smart
then I
idea.
have, and then I have one last health potion that I will put in that as well.
Right. Keep track of it that you have a greater healing potion and a normal in that.
I most certainly will. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and reorganize everything here to make sure that I have that listed
Right.
properly.
And afterwards, do you guys want to go still try and see if you can get supplies, or do you feel like you're set?
I
I'm
am
gonna
gonna
come
go ahead and
with
go to.
you.
I'll go to. I was gonna want to go to Flynn's here too to get some more. See if how much his healing potions would be.
Yeah, you can both go there. Flynn is in the shop. There are some customers that once he spots both of you, quickly gets rid of, so he has time with you personally. And he says, "Oh, um,
Oh,
Mr. Flynn, Mr. Pins and Mr. Clang, it's so good to see you both. I heard you're gonna go on quite a dangerous mission to help Lady Aliana."
Well, of course, of course. She is, after all, a benefactor.
Definitely. Well, I also have a little gift for you guys that hopefully will help you on your travels.
That, well, right then. That's
So
definitely
first,
true.
how can I help you?
For sure, we've got plenty of supplies of things of eating of varieties, and honestly, unlike you tall folk here, we's a little bit more hearty.
Well,
Uh,
I've definitely seen that myself.
but more to the point here, in cases when we might get hurts, we wants to be able to patch ourselves up pretty good. What you got in the terms of the healing potions?
Oh, well, I have a variety, and you see, he takes you to a section. He shows you a section behind the counter, and it has all kinds of flasks. It's just the shelves are quite filled. And he says, "So I have these basic ones. Normally go for 50 gold pieces, but." And he winks at both of you. He says, "Get them for you for 30." And he puts that on the counter, and he says, "Also have a greater. Usually also goes for 150. but I will sell it to you for 120. And he also puts that on the counter.
Ooh. These definitely good potions, so I can smell some actually.
Does our Lady Grey discount stack on that or not?
No, basically your
Yeah.
Lady Grey discount wouldn't match, but because
Yeah.
you guys,
cool.
I keep track of standing with you guys with other NPCs, and your standing with Flynn is so high that he will give you ridiculous discounts
Nice.
because he really likes you guys.
So the greater was 120. God damn.
Yeah.
And how much for the regular ones again? I didn't catch it.
30.
30. Man, where's my calculator? Where is my calculator, damn it?
And he leans over the table and he says, I did some, some experimenting again. And, well, when you take these, how are we gonna say this? He says, well, it's basically powerfully infused. And every one you roll, you may re-roll from these potions.
Oh, I'm gonna call these Flynn potions here.
Oh, jeez.
Wait, so they can never really underperform, you're saying?
It's, like I said, this was a new experiment, but I'm happy that they worked out, and I feel like, as you're my best friends, I would like to give the first workable versions to you guys.
Nice.
You're the best, Flynn!
So
Thank
he has.
you. He's a great friend indeed.
So you have infused healing potions. He has 3 of those for 30 gold each, and he has the greater infused healing potions, which are 120. He has 2 of those.
I will take 1 greater infused healing potion and 3 regular infused healing
Okay.
potions.
Yeah. 210. That's what that
Yep.
comes to.
Yep, I just did the math here right now.
Is that his stock or is that each?
That's not his stock, but that's the infused stock that he has. He also just has the normal healing potions.
Alright, so
And
in
greater
stock he
healing.
has 1 greater healing potion left.
Yes, the infused one. Yes.
Yeah, I'll buy that one.
Okay. And then he says, I've also have the regular, of course. But I also, well, it's something new I've been trying. I've fully run out of the stock. And, well, if you guys go to the Heroes 2 menu, you find some ingredients, I'm willing to pay some really good gold for it. But I have these new special potions. I call them Bastion of Resistance. And well, I have to say they're hard to make. I made several. I have 3 of them in total. Let me exactly roll. There's 5. So I have this one. This one gives you damage resistance against cold and condition resistance against petrification and, some of those monsters that turn you to stone. I have this one that gives you resistance to acid and grappled. And I have this one that gives you resistance to cold and exhaustion.
He will see that Kling's eyes and his eyes are really big and his mouth is hanging open.
This lasts for 1 hour.
How much do those cost?
Let me see. These are 500 a pop.
There's worth more than the great mushroom. The new great mushroom. How can they be more than the great mushroom?
Well, the ingredients that go in it are rather expensive, and the process is extremely difficult. But I'm sorry. He shoves them away, and he says, "Also have a potion of heroism. If you'd like something like that."
Well, how much is it?
For you, 240.
I can see now how you managed to set up shop here.
Are you sure you don't got any goblin in you?
He smiles. Well, then I would sell it for you for 400.
I'll playfully smack him in the leg. Aye, we
But,
appreciate what she does for us, yeah, and
Can
honestly,
you-
we like help. We likes you. You's an official goblin.
What does heroism do again? It gives you the bless, right? Bless condition.
Yeah, so it gives you 1d4. Let me check for a second. Gives you 1d4 temporary hit points, and it gives you the basically the effect of the bless spell, which means that whenever you roll dice, you can roll 1d4 to add to the result.
Yeah, basically what saved Lord Nash's ass. Right.
Basically,
Yeah.
and I think it lasts also for an hour.
I believe
think
so.
Yeah.
Tell you what, Fang. He'll bring up his he'll bring up his bank inventory essentially.
Mhm.
I can't. You knows I can't do numbers, but I has the shinies, and I can help. And I really wants that potion of heroism. Does I have enough here? And he'll show him his inventory. He has 25 platinum, so he can give him 24 for it.
He says, "Oh, Mr. Kling, you have much more than enough." And here is the actual thing. So I was wrong. You get 10 temporary hit points that lasts for an hour. And for the same amount of time, you're under the effect of bless. So you can add 1d4 to all your rolls. So attack, saves, all those kind of things. And he says he takes the correct amount of money from your account, and he shoves the potion in your direction, and he says, "Would you like to see the present I made you?"
I would love to.
Okay, follow me, please. And behind the counter, there's a door, and he leads you in, and you see really meticulous workroom. There is just walls with ingredients and potions and beakers and all kinds of things. But there's also a section that looks much more like a tinkerer kind of workplace. And he walks over there, and you see all these glass orbs. Some are shattered, some broke, some are he's apparently working with. And you recognize these as sort of the snow globe that he had before. And he says, "Well, I've been really experimenting, and since Mr. Gavolkov also, invested, I was able to, to come out with this." He says, it only has 2 uses, but when you shatter it, it creates a little, like a protective dome that you can sleep in. It lasts for 8 hours. That's it, but it gives you a safe place. And basically what this
Oh my
thing does,
god.
when
Is
you
this
shatter
tiny
it, it creates a Liamon's tiny hut for 8 hours. And he gives that to you guys, and he says, I really hope you all survive. I would hate to go to your funerals.
What's a funeral?
No.
When you're dead and buried.
Buried? Well, why don't you just get fed to the blob?
Oh,
Normally we just get fed to the blob. One way or another.
in whichever way you would like me to honor your bodies. I'd rather not do that yet.
Yeah, I don't want to do that either. I can go without visiting the blood for a while.
Oh, let's be honest here. Until Morgana decides that you is no longer her favorite, you's gonna be fine.
That's fine. How's the mirror been treating you, by the way?
Oh, the strangest thing. I was. See, that's one of the reasons I was able to infuse my potions. I was busy with it and trying different things, and I heard this weird squeaky voice through the mirror, and she told me to add certain ingredients, and it worked.
He has been blessed by Morgana. He
Oh
has
my
been
god.
blessed. Yeah,
It was a strange lady with a really, really big hat. I thought I was dreaming, but I swear I saw her in the mirror.
Yeah. Well, you're welcome, Flynn. That's my present to you.
I suppose. But, yeah. And, you know what? Take this with you, too. Since I've not been able to say goodbye to Mr. Gavorkov. And he gives you guys 2 normal healing potions. And he says, please wish him his best as well for me. And that I hope to see you guys soon. And don't forget, if you guys find some really good ingredients, I would love to experiment with them.
Yeah, speaking of, do you have anything else right now that you're working on?
Yes, I'm working on a potion that can grow you real big or make you really small. And like I said, I'm still trying to refine these resistance potions.
right, smaller than Gave.
Oh yes, even smaller.
You guys the same idea then, eh?
Yeah. But, you know, like Gav had from the start, wanted to invest in you, I might have something for you too, because it don't seem like you're gonna go for traveling a lot.
No, I think I finally found my place in the world. I'm really grateful for you guys bringing me here.
Well, I've got this for you. He's gonna dig into his satchels and he's gonna give 1 vial of hulking werewolf blood.
He looks at it and he says, I think it's gone rotten a little bit, but I think I can work with it. And he sort of takes the stopper off and this awful smell comes out. And he says,
That's delicious. That's
okay,
delicious.
yeah. If I chill this, I'd probably make it work. This is what kind of blood is this?
This is from the hulking werewolves that we met.
Oh yeah, the Okels. Yes.
Oh, you know what? This might actually really help me with Aliana as well. I thank you, Mr. Pins. And he.
You think these things need to be chilled?
They do.
Oh, in that case, you can take these other 3 too. But I want those 3 back.
Yeah. Well, I can't make them better, but I can at least stop them from decaying any further. You know. He turns around. Give me 1 moment. And he rushes to the back room where you hear some clinging and is obviously like doing something with these files. And he comes back with a very small pouch. And he says, this pouch is embroidered with the dust. The embroidery is dusted with blue shards, and the lining on the inside is as well. And it keeps things cold for a decent amount of time. If you keep ingredients in there, well, they'll stay chilled.
All right, Pins, you're in charge of collecting the ingredients for Fing here.
Is this the legendary
If you say it, oh God.
the Beck of Colding?
Well, I haven't coined the term, but that sounds like a good one, Mr. Pins. And you see him like writing it down, bag of holding. because all your ideas are great ideas to him, it seems. So he says, but yeah, here you go. This will fit a decent amount. This is it's not as small as a coin pouch, but it's not very large either. And as you grab it, it sort of gets absorbed into your sphere. And he says, well, yeah, that's it. I hope to see you soon. Please make it back safely.
Yeah, I also have this for you. Since I don't think you've seen any of them, and I don't think you will for anytime soon.
And he gives him his last vial of growl mushroom poison.
He finds that very interesting. He looks at it.
Oh, you found yourself a grelly. That's right.
This,
Well, for
Yeah,
agency, he explains what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so yeah, and this is I might come across more whenever we go home or whenever we come across some caverns. But I think for now this might be interesting for you to experiment with.
Definitely. Thank you, Mr. Pins. Okay, so you gave him
A vial of growl mushroom
4
poison.
vials of
Hulking werewolf blood.
blonde. Yeah. 3 for you. And you gave him 1 vial of ground mushroom poison.
Yep.
Sorry, I have to write it down.
Hey, he's fine.
Okay. Okay. So he greatly appreciates it. And you see he's already distracted, busy looking at the poison, turning around, pulling books out of the shelves, looking at flora, fauna, looking for mushrooms. So unless you guys have more shopping to do, he seems very, very distracted.
We let you to it then, buddy.
Thank you, guys. See you soon.
Don't forget about the frosty loot.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
we's taking Frosty Loot back with us.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to say she learned quite a decent amount of things. The people, actually, and the clients seem to really like her, and she's building up quite a reputation for herself.
Sounds like she's doing a job.
She is, definitely.
Well, it's good to hear. Good to hear. We'll pop Frosty Loot back into the inventory.
So we got 2 potion of healing as a gift from him. Did you
Yeah.
write it down, Clang, or do I add it?
I have it here with me here. If you wanna, if
No, if you
yeah,
wrote it down,
you
it's
wanna-
fine.
yeah, I wrote it down here. So
Right. So there was one other thing that I just wanted to do. Was I don't need to RP the whole thing, but I have a branch of adventure berries.
Right. You, yeah, you do.
Like I did graft it to relocate it and grow it at some place. Good,
Yeah, you got
so
a cutting
yeah,
so you can graft it. Definitely.
I'm
You
gonna
do you
either
want
Flynn
to?
or anywhere in town if there's a herbalist or a garden, or if I can
Yeah,
use like great garden.
Flynn will direct you to the lady you bought the roses from. She has like these stalls outside, but she also has an actual shop. And she is a herbalist, and she will tell you that these are very precious berries that needs to also stay chilled. And she tells you that she actually has a garden with several trees, and she asks you if you would like her to graft this on one of her trees, or if you would like to have your own little tree, but it will take years before it grows.
I will say to graft it on hers, and then in the future I can probably get an own tree going.
Yeah, she will say that she will make you a deal. She will propose a deal where she says that if she gets to later get a cutting off your growing vine, and if she gets to sell a portion of it, a small portion, like 20% or so, that she will let you graft it on her tree, and everything that's beyond the 20% of berries that she harvests, she will save that for you.
Ah,
That's a deal. I also have this yellow fungus that I've been
Yes.
grafting. I had two, but I used one on the trolls.
Yeah. Okay. So you would like to know what they are. Is that it?
I want to also harvest this, like grow it.
Grow it. Oh, you want to grow it. She looks over the condition, and since they grew, these were the ones that you picked near the well, right? On the forked road. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that there were yellow mushrooms at the forked road. Since they were infused with that blue shard water, so the crystal water, these are in really pristine condition. And she says that she does need to plant them soon. And she says that luckily in Clear Lake, there are many blue crystal deposits, so she will be able to keep growing it. And she says it only takes about a week or so to actually grow a whole bunch of them before the spores start falling and creating new ones. So she makes another deal where she says that 20% of the harvest is hers and the rest is yours.
Right. I still have one also that I grafted myself on a wet damp cloth inside
Yes.
a log. Is that one
Yeah.
expired?
I think you used the log because you threw it
I had
at.
two of those.
Oh, you had two of them.
Yeah, two
Yes.
of the logs. Yeah.
Yeah. If you that is still if you use that same water, you they are still in very good condition, and she will make you basically the same deal for all the things, because these are rare mushrooms that are hard to find and grow both. But since she seems to have access to this special water, she'll be able to grow them.
Okay. I think this because I got a bunch of other mushrooms, and I want to ask more about the yellow fungus. We can do that post session, but that's what I had about herbalism. That's
Yes.
me
Okay. I'm also busy with a whole list of ingredients. I'll send that. I'll make that available to you guys soon, so you will like learn the things or remember. But that's good. After session, remind me, and she will explain to you what some of these ingredients do. But she basically make a deal for all of those. So 20% of the harvest is hers, and the rest is yours.
done.
Pins, you're falling behind.
She made Rose very happy, so Pins is just fine with whatever she's asking.
Okay, so you can see she is actually a very skilled person, and she has the power to actually grow things. And you see very skillfully, you see that these plants are actually rooting themselves as she plants them in. And you leave her be, and you guys. Where do you want to go? Do you go back to the inn, or do you go to Grey Manor?
Well, you finally took your time here, Pins. What was you doing, playing in the dirt?
I was doing important things. Teaching other people about mushrooms. What have you been doing for the mushrooms?
Smoking them. But of course, I'm out of mushroom stems. You know this. I'm very agitated right now.
Maybe you should try some of the kaf.
Smack him in the back of the head.
Ah!
Thank you for playing along with that, dude. No. No.
Yeah,
no.
in or Grey Manor.
Yeah, we can go get Gav at the manor.
Right. While we're walking, I want to look into Eliana's seeing sphere.
It seems that she can look at you guys, but you can't look at her.
Alright, I forgot. Eliana came seeing us last night.
I wish. Wait. What? Why didn't you wake me up?
Well, that's weird. If the little lady is going to come and watch us sleep, that's weird. Anyway, she gave me this little orb and she said she can join us, but if we have this with us, then she can at least watch. No, I said it out loud, that's weird.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a little on the creepy side there.
It's okay, it's the little lady. She nodded us, it's fine.
I am still deeply disturbed, but we will go along with it anyhow, because she is the one that is helping us out, and we's helped her out too. So, how badly do you think Gav is reading into this here shit?
Oh no. Let's play a prank on him, I want to scare him.
Oh? Did you get that shrinky juice?
Oh, Flynn is still experimenting with it.
Ah, damn it, you're right. Well, what's we gotta do? What's we gonna do?
Well, I have a caltrop. If he goes up and find another thing to read and he goes sit down, just place it on his butt.
Oh, that's gonna be good. Oh wait, isn't he smaller than most of their chairs?
We'll work out the kinks as we go. We go to.
You, Kvolkov, you find yourself tired, mentally exhausted from going through so much information. You do find inks, special inks and papers in the library. You don't actually have to use your own. You roll me as you're there and you go through the final of things, roll me a perception.
Okay. 4.
You did a good job. You look over the spines of the books and you think, well, I'll leave this for another day. And you leave the library with your 3 spells inscribed in your turn.
Okay. He'll thank Jeeves and head out if he sees. He also would he need to ask permission from Lady Grey to enter? If so, he would tell Jeeves to give her his thanks as well.
Jeeves will be able to escort you out, but if you would like to enter again, Jeeves will either have the Jeeves will either be told.
That won't be necessary. He'll just thank Jeeves once he parts, and probably head back towards the tavern.
All right, so you guys all meet up at the tavern. This is gonna be your final night in here before you leave. Is there any gambling, anything you'd like to do? Would you guys like to go to bed, rise up early to get to the ship?
We did a lot of negotiating, boys. What's we gonna do about this? It's a good night. I'm gonna drink.
Okay. As you see that the evening is already getting jolly, and you hear that the bard band coming in again, play some nice upbeat music. You see once again that all these nobles starting to flood into the space. And you start to see familiar faces. You see every night Lady Briarheart is sitting at the at the crown and anchor table, and it seems that she's always winning, or at least nearly always winning. And there is some kind of satisfaction in her face whenever she does. You see the general people. Every now and then, you see Willem, but he isn't there all too often, and he never stays very long. He always seems to be looking around a little while he's gambling. It almost seems like he's not necessarily all that focused on the gambling itself. But you have a nice night of drinking. As this is going to be your last night, Lady Grey has ordered the innkeeper to have an open bar for you guys. Drinks are free. And you can drink as much as you want. Clang, if you're drinking all night, roll me a con save.
He's definitely getting fucked. So yes. That is a 15.
After an hour of drinking, you're still pretty good. As you continue through the evening, keep drinking. You'll have to roll me another con save at some point. Does anyone also still want to get merry or do some gambling?
Yep. I will try any more coffee liquor variations, and I will join Briarheart Wood, whatever her name was.
Okay, you find that same servant you found the other day, and he tells you his name is Robert, and you two are having a blast together. He lets you try all kinds of weird coffees. He says he has this strange powder that he procured from one of his colleagues, and he puts it in, and everything around you becomes so much more bright and happy.
Oh, dear God.
Oh dear sweet God, you're doing drugs.
Roll me a perception.
Perception, right. I will advantage that
Okay.
through the tugging forces.
Oh!
You're wasting our criticals for the night.
you see that this is this is definitely pulverized crystal shard of some kind. It looks highly concentrated. It is the color. It's a very pale green color. And as it's put in the coffee, it enhances everything, the flavor, the experience, the adrenaline, the caffeine. And you have never felt so great. You are a little jittery, but your perception rolls and your cheating rolls are with an advantage. So Robert, actually called Robertson, but Robert for short, is teaching you all kinds of things about coffee, and the two of you seem to be getting along quite well.
Robbie, I don't know what the last thing was, but I can see everything. I can feel everything. My senses are exploding.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's how I feel. You know what I lied? I didn't just steal it from a colleague. I stole it from my boss.
Oh, I like you, Robbie.
I truly hope he never finds out. I'll be so fired. But basically, he seems to be off as a rocker. But Crown and Enka is playing. There is Lady Briarheart, one other gentleman who you've seen more often, who seems to also be very wealthy, seems to have a private tab as well. At the moment, there is 700 gold pieces on the table. And you are allowed to join in.
I'll drop 100. 50 gold and 5 platinum and my chip.
So 100, 100. Okay.
Gold, yeah.
Okay. Lady Briarheart smiles at you. She recognizes you from 2 nights before, and she says, "Good luck to you, and you, son." And she nods at the dealer. The dealer deals you your cards, and so pull your first card.
All right.
Okay. Lady Grey, once again, you see that little tell she has, or one of the corners of her mouth sort of goes up, and she says, "I raise 200. The gentleman nods, looks a little stern, also nods at the dealer. Dealer throws 400 gold pieces on the table.
Right. Alright.
He also goes in.
Oh, 200. Okay. Draw your second card. Okay. Once again, you see. Roll me perception. If you want, you don't have to actually incite them if you don't.
I think he's just passively perceiving everything now.
Okay. Yes, 23. So you see that Lady Briarheart, she kind of purses her lips a bit, but she doesn't seem deterred or insecure about her cards. The man, the other gentleman, goes from stern to looking rather happy. He definitely doesn't, you know, he definitely has a terrible towel, a really obvious towel. So Lady Briarheart says, "I'll raise with another 100," and she throws in. She nods at the dealer. The gentleman follows, and there's another 200 gold on the table.
I don't think this is my game.
I fold.
Lady Briarheart nods at you. She smiles. She says, "Better luck next time." And she and the gentleman continue playing. If you keep watching, you see that in the end, it is Lady Briarheart who is victorious. And she smiles once more. And as the gentleman gets up and walks past you, you see him talking to one of his friends, and he says, "By the gods, she has some occult kind of luck on her side." And they both leave the Blue Spruce Inn.
Nearly wiped all my wings from the previous day.
Right.
Hot damn.
Gavorkov, are you doing anything?
Gavorkov will take a spin at the King's Court.
All right. Do you do a 40 buy-in or more?
He's gonna do 80.
80 buy-in. Okay, so your winnings will be doubled as well. So spin the wheel. You actually lose 30 and you'll buy in, so you'll lose 80.
So I lose 110
Yeah.
or 140.
No, 110.
Okay. Well, I'm broke. Bye.
Okay. Well, you guys go off to bed, and very early in the morning, once again, you got woken by a knock on the door. You have a very nice, hearty breakfast. There is a little note with Lady Grey, and that says, "Eat the sandwiches." And as you do, you feel very nourished. These sandwiches will actually nourish you for the rest of the day. And you do you pick up your pounds beasts and your
So this is the
void
next
beast?
morning. The night
Yes.
before, Gav would have looked through. We can do this after session, but Gav would have looked through Chesty because he remembers seeing contents that were in it before he got it.
Yes.
And he would also go to the guy at the front desk of the inn to send Mesmer a shitload of stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. We'll do after session
Mhm.
what exactly you find and what you sent to Mesmer.
Yep.
But you guys pick up your mounts. You make your way to the docks where you see Garth already waiting for you, and Lady Grace is actually there too, and Aliana as well. You see that Aliana is dressed up like a little knight. She is wearing sort of like a really light plate chest piece and lab protectors, greaves, and you see that she is having like this rather large for her size rapier on her side, and she has like a stern look on her face. As it seems like she really wants to impress her aunt and let her know that she's ready for combat. But she is there to bid you farewell for now. Lady Grey nods at you all. She says, "Well, remember to use the scroll whatever you need it. If anything, I'd prefer you come back empty-handed, so I can make use of you again, than to die trying. Do you understand?"
But of course, madam.
Now,
Most
Eliana.
definitely.
Eliana is here with a final gift before you go. And Eliana steps forward and she says,
I have been granted the power to officially make you knights. You will be granted the title of Aliana's Black Knights.
and she like knights all of you with her little rapier. And she says,
We have to think of a good name, but you are now official knight of Lady Aliana Grey.
and Lady
Oh,
Grey
hell
nods.
yeah.
And Lady Grey says, "Now be responsible with that title. Everything that you do that is bad will reflect back. Little Lady Aliana, remember that."
We will make sure to bring no shame.
And I give a hard look at Pins.
When have I ever brought anyone shame?
All the time.
You see Lady Grey squint her eyes and she says, "If you bring any shame to my knees, I'll strip you of your title, your skin, and your flesh. Have a good journey. I will miss you dearly." And she waves at you as you guys are escorted onto the ship together with Garth. And you guys start making your way all the way over to here, where there's another set of docks, where you spent a few hours getting to the Elites Guild, where that is basically your last safe haven, where you can still prepare, where we're going to end the session here, but Clang, you will be able to have your interview before you go, that you will have to talk to the Elites Guild to obtain an item to be able to actually access the Hero's Tomb. Lady Grey will have informed you, because the Hero's Tomb is extremely hard to reach. But you guys make your way safely all the way to the Elites Guild, where you are let in, showing the sigil, and Clang, you especially, showing your request letter, and you are taken into this very huge kind of monastery building with these what is the word? These colored windows.
Stained glass?
You know it.
Stained glass?
Yeah, stained glass. Yeah, thank you. These huge stained glass windows. The inside is like a lot of it is marble, and it's not furnished as a church. It seems to be a something that has really been repurposed almost as a fort. There are many rooms. There is this huge gathering room. There are kitchens. There are dining areas. And there are many offices as well. And you guys get escorted to a very large office. And that is where we will end the session. As next session, Clang will have his official interview. And you guys will start heading your way to the Hero's Tomb next week. So remember, guys, prepare your level ups, that if you get mid-session level ups, that you're ready, that you can apply them. So try to figure out what you want for your character. And remember that this is the last time you can stock up on supplies, that you can get anything you want. So try to think of that as well. But next week, you guys are finally getting into a living tomb and hopefully come out alive.
Big hopefully.
You guys did a lot of things, and I can't believe that all of you actually managed to get your get your 3 lessons basically in 2 lessons, because you guys rolled so high, and I can't believe you rolled 3 crits in a row, Pins.
Seriously, dude. Come on.
Dude, yeah, you had the toughest trainer also. She was really hard to please, so it was good that you rolled all your crits. And because you did so well with her, you have an increased standing with her.
Yeah.
You have an increased standing with her. She is also part of the Hunters Guild. So this might help you a little, but remember that Neramis is a very unpleasant guy who is very prideful, and the slightest remark might set him off, making it basically blocking you out from the
I will
from
not
the
be there
guild.
to protect you. I will not
Yeah,
be there
just
to protect
remember that.
Myself, I train on the master hand. Nothing can defeat me, not even Aramis.
Yeah, well, just remember that he is a very high standing member, and he actually has the power to
I know.
to banish you. So, but I really look forward to next week. Clang, I look forward to your interview, and I really look forward to see you guys enter the Heroes team and see you guys do. Also, I was impressed. You know what? Wait, let me just do this for after session. Let me say goodbye to everyone because I'm rambling. But thank you so much for being here. I had a lot of fun. I hope it wasn't too boring for you guys, like spending, 2 sessions in the town, basically doing all kinds of things. But I'm happy we're getting back to some action. So thank you once
Based on
again
the
for entertaining us. Yeah?
Yeah, based on the description of the living tombs that you've provided so far here, this is necessary.
Yes, it is. All the preparations you guys have done is definitely necessary. So, but thank you so much for playing with me. I have so much fun with you guys. I'm so happy to do it for you. So, from left to right, Gavolkov played by Xander.
Well, I hope I don't die.
Pins played by Lodroth.
Keep the crits coming.
And Clang played by Spectre.
You used all our crits. Why, you little...
So thank you so much. I hope everyone out there stays safe, and we will see you again next week. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Guys.